Hello, welcome back. This is Jacob, and today we are gonna be continuing and also finishing off the narration and character voice acting for the Unrealized Realities story. Okay then everybody, it is time to finish off this story with quite a lot of stuff. As is the norm, I guess, with anything Rhine Lab or Rhine Lab related, there will be stuff to discuss when we get to the ending. But that will be for the ending. And judging by my original recording times for reading through the rest of this story, this is gonna be quite the part in length as well. So let's get to it. But before we do so, as always, to anybody who bumps into the voiceover through this very episode, you can find the full playlist in the description of this video, together with the other Rhine Lab stories that predated this one. And of course the Kjerag stories as well, considering they are also sorta tied into the Rhine Lab stuff at this point as well, considering of the Rhine Lab laboratory that is over in Kjerag, and much more in the description box of this very video. So if you have something to catch up with, be it a prior Rhine Lab story, the Kjerag stories, or anything else, there's stuff there, there's stuff on the channel, just look it up, and all I can say is thank you very much and enjoy. Alright, but for everybody else, we do the quick little recap of the previous part and we head straight into our part for today. As always, if you want to skip that, timestamps are in the description box of the video, chapter select, or just the YouTube bar itself, and you're gonna be right at the beginning for the part. So then, let's begin. Last time, we began in a flashback from Viola in which we saw how she met a young Nasti in Kasdel and invited her to come and live in the Convalis with her and the other Banshees. Back in the present, Gordon is looking for Fern and sends the police force after her. Fern, meanwhile, is looking for Viola and panicking where she could have gone to. Mercia then makes contact with Fern and tips her off to look in the VIP rooms. Fern does so and finds Oakley in one of the rooms imprisoned, and together they make an escape. Walking through Propeller Paradise, Sky runs into Aspen and hears that lucky CCBs can remain operational. Thinking that something must be wrong here, he goes to the place and finds out that they must have used some illegal parts to get the place up to standards. Nasti, in the meantime, is preparing something on her end and is reviewing the data on the vivarium. Our duo on the run, however, manages to somehow stumble their way through the roof of Gordon's secret room, and they crash land right into him, right there. Having found evidence against Gordon, Sky goes up to Gustave to report on him, but gets taken into custody himself. To protect him, Nasti makes a deal with Gordon, or rather with Gustave, and forfeits Rhine's engineering control to them. Gordon, meanwhile, makes a deal with Fern and Oakley to help him get his collection to safety. We then see Mercia looking into the memories of Viola and seemingly helping her for some reason. Mercia also turns out to be a Mainlander agent, as we see her talking to another agent from Mainlander. While all of that is going on, Nasti receives a piece of the bone pan that was stolen, setting her off on the path to look for the rest. As they traverse through the underground, Gordon's group runs into a water clone of Mumu's that is pretending to be Nasti, and she manages to scare them off. We then see yet another flashback memory of Viola's from back in the Convalis, where she was spending time with a young Nasti. Back in the present, Mercia and the other agents find Rhine's secret experiment that Gordon almost ran into earlier, and they manage to trigger its activation. That night, a giant roosting tree floats into the sky for all to see. With Gordon also in the branches together with Fern and Oakley. With both Gordon's and Rhine's secrets now in the open because of it, the exhibition preparations are being halted and a special hearing is being prepared. Sky, meanwhile, is trying his best to protect the tree with the Rhine crew and meets an imposing-looking Kuranta man. Turns out that this Kuranta is a scientific consultant called in by Gustave to help them out with matters. Nasti meets up with Fern in prison and hears from her about Viola and that Viola is near death, and that she is also here in Propeller Paradise. Nasti then gets taken away by Mainlander agents though. Meanwhile, Mercia meets up with her boss, Tinman, who has finally arrived in Propeller Paradise, and he wants to get the lay of the land first before anything else begins. And yeah, that is pretty much where we left off. The last part was pretty much a giant preparation phase for what is to come in today's part. So, let's head in. And of course we are going to be continuing from where we left off last time, which is stage 6, all the way to the end of the last cutscene. So, let's head right in. Stage 6. Intersecting routes. As they passed each other by, they glanced at one another, unsure why the other departed and how long they can continue to fly. Flashback. The wind blows on the leaves in a young Banshee's hand, and voices fall from the breeze. Children's voices from the convales.
One more story.
Viola's voice.
How about the tale of the wandering metal hero? He even graced our valley once. In fact, the mist that shrouds Mist Lake was actually blown from his big pipe.
Lakaramelin's voice.
Retract your feather horns like this, and you can shield your eyes.
Afenel's voice.
So we can use them as an eye mask to sleep during the day? No, of course not. This is so you can easily weave your tears into elegies at funerals.
Another recording ends, and the young Banshee keeps her leaves in a chest pocket, yet her gaze suddenly turns wary. Eavesdrop again, and I'll throw you into the concrete mixer. Was that a Banshee's incantation? Yes. You've journeyed thousands of miles from Castle to Columbia, yet you record your people's voices to keep by your side, listening to them over and over. Is homesickness hard for you to comprehend? No, but it's rare I find someone concentrating on nostalgia the same way she concentrates on a blueprint. You're trying to decipher the Banshee's language and behavior. Why? To find a new path? To solve your entire race's plight that has endured for millennia? I'm not that arrogant. I only hoped to take a burden off the shoulders of a particularly worried individual. I see, though that's pretty much what I just said. So, any breakthroughs? I'm not in that much of a rush. It sounds as if you've replayed that countless times over. Soaking in the same old corpus until you drown, unable to develop a new language. The limits of vision and thought drown us in the pool of common sense, and then everything turns into so-called destiny. I thought you left Casdal knowing this. Erasing those recordings is a cruel suggestion. It's rational. Hello, I'm Kristen, control of Rhine Lab. Nasti. The talented Banshee, freshly recruited by Starlay Construction Co., who completes projects 3 times faster than the regular engineers, provoking rumors of you imbuing witchcraft into blueprints. We're currently establishing an engineering department at Rhine Lab. Might you be interested? I happened to overhear your chat with the boss yesterday. Rhine Lab is a biotech company, yes? Look up, Nasti. Do you see those foul beasts? And the morning stars behind them?
I'm only looking for some kind of power to break through the sky. The sky. Per your prior suggestion, if you wish to accomplish something that exceeds the borders of common sense, then perhaps the power you need doesn't come from our side. Rhine Lab should be looking into a scientific investigation department instead. A rational suggestion? Can I take this as the first proposal fielded by our Director of Engineering? Miss Lunare, I thought you'd send me straight to the hearing, or perhaps a more confidential cell. But here we are, waiting for a cable car at the ropeway station. Are we to visit the levitation layer next?
Your visitor has indeed arranged for that.
Long time no see, Nasti.
So it was you.
I just got here, and what a fine place it is. I still have half the place to see. Shall we have a look together?
Alright.
Why is it raining only in the area we just passed through?
Cloud projections, thanks to a sky simulator system developed by Rankwood. Wait 5 minutes, and you can even enjoy an aurora.
A century ago, that fellow known today as the father of projections once lamented to me on a film set, wondering when we could actually shoot a film up in the sky. Sky fever has truly set the revolutionary gears of film tech in motion. Quite an atmosphere here, Nasti. Personally, I take civilization's rapid developments as commonplace happenings, and now I can't help but be moved by the Columbians' creativity.
It's hard to believe you'd still be in the mood for fun and games. According to the laws drawn up for Propeller Paradise, relevant authorities must call for a hearing within 12 hours of an emergency event happening to investigate the matter and notify the public. Gordon barged into Rhine Lab's vivarium, wrecked our research projects, and exposed his shady dealings to public scrutiny. Evidence and testimonies provided were complete and accurate. Your people arrived quickly, yet you've been dragging your feet to begin this hearing.
This is no procrastination, Nasti. 2 years ago, the Columbians never thought they'd fight the clouds for the right to dwell above. But now, Propeller Paradise has become the hottest topic in all of Columbia, and its name tops the special plate registry records. Take a moment to ride the cable car as it circles around. Look at the facilities around you, and at the company representatives clogging the entrance to the registration center. All of this already tells us what sort of judgment the hearing will produce. No? Propeller Paradise. You get it? Paradise. Representing a zealous ambition to fly high up into the skies. While Propeller has an excellent implication too. There's no stopping. A smuggling network exposed, revealed to be led by the chief executive involving nearly 100 companies. Numerous irregularities found in the park's research work over the past 6 months. Once we begin investigating, the exhibition will have to be cancelled. You're right, Nasti. The hearing must convene, and everything that's happened must be accounted for.
But it's all they need, an account. And Rhine Lab is the most appropriate party to provide that. After all, the sky fever began that night in Tremounts. Anyone could believe Rhine Lab will do something like this again.
Never the silent technician connecting nothing but cables that your peers say you are. Though this isn't exactly a false accusation against Rhine Lab now, is it? Your mystery tree still floats in the sky. Putting aside your botanical unit and other excuses, how are you going to explain that?
It sounds like I don't even have to attend the hearing anymore. You've already made up your mind, after all.
I'm sorry, Nasti.
Flashback.
I'm not sure of the exact time frame, but I'll go home eventually. Someone's waiting for me. Before that happens, Rhine Lab can become one of the steps on your journey. It doesn't matter if you want to develop a new language, create a new convalis, or change the so-called fate of your clan. None will get in the way of your goals. On the contrary, Rhine Lab will fight for everything you need. After all, we have many like you. And the catch, or perhaps I should ask, the cost? Nasti, I don't ask company employees to view Rhine Lab's operations as some sort of grand undertaking worthy of personal sacrifice. If we want to accomplish the unprecedented, we are already on a path strewn with enough doubt and loss. So, we must never stop. Ever. I consent to join Rhine Lab then. Seeing as we are still on the cable car, I'm sure there's room for discussion. The hearing must take place, and everything has to be accounted for, but it's merely an accounting. All of Columbia knows about the Horizon Arc project from 2 years ago. Kirsten stole funding from the DoD, but Rhine Lab as a whole was not fully involved, though I was certainly her accomplice.
Pinning the blame of endangering the entire park on a company versus an individual has entirely different implications, Nasti. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself like this for Rhine Lab?
Sacrifice? Kirsten and I aren't fans of the word. Everything has a price. This is what life in the Convalis and Kasdal taught me. There is no way I'll willingly take the blame for one of Mainlander's plans.
I won't make it hard for the other Rhine Labbers.
Nor that tree, for that matter. Do as you wish with the device, but let my assistant take the data, since the research isn't finished. He knows nothing about my project, so don't worry about him tampering with it. We're here.
The agents at the station will escort you where you should go. Right, there's something else. When I returned to Kasdal, I went to the Convalis.
Viola is here. I already know. I had planned to hurry to find her before I went to the hearing.
Viola's in the park. Mercia. So I see. I'll send someone to look after my old friend.
Thanks.
The hearing on the sudden accident on Propeller Paradise has just concluded. Suspect Nasti abused her position as the head of the park's engineering department to conduct unauthorized experimental projects, and this nearly led to a disaster. On the night of the incident, the suspect attacked Gordon Tennant, the park's chief executive, in an attempt to cover up her crime with an unidentified tree-shaped device. According to Mr. Tennant's testimony, the suspect not only deliberately tried to harm him, but she also abused her engineering privileges to tamper with exhibits. She forced her subordinates to conduct illegal tests, deliberately suppressed rival tech companies, and forced dozens of outstanding companies to leave the park. Now, with the ATAO's backing, the innocent corporations implicated in this incident have returned to Propeller Paradise and will continue to contribute to Columbia's aerial operations. The suspect Nasti is currently in custody after confessing to her crimes. She will be sent to the DC courts to face justice. From now on, Propeller Paradise operations will be overseen by Gordon Tannen and Gustave, supervised by the Mainlander Emergency Management Council. The highly anticipated Air Expo Columbia will not be affected whatsoever.
Madam Viella, was that too loud? My apologies.
Nasti. What happened to her?
Don't you mind that, madam. Let your final memory of Director Lunare be when you saw her last night.
The young agent places a hand on the old projector and gently turns its dials, as if manipulating delicate strings of memories. Mainlander Emergency Management Council intervenes in all Columbian incidents, in the name of monitoring the emergency measures of government agencies for incidents produce the easiest facts to manipulate. The Tin Man always jokes about how the Council's methods are more extensive than Mama John's stock lists, and this of course includes Mercia's Originium arts. Erasing memories. Mercia has done the same actions hundreds, thousands of times, but now her hand turning the dial freezes up.
No, at the very least I shouldn't do this to an old woman with already fading memories. Besides, the facts have been tampered with enough today. A late hearing satisfied corporate reps, my fellow agents infiltrating the crowd. What exactly is the Tin Man's mission this time? The more people on patrol, the less I can do for you. It's only a matter of time before he discovers my deception. But if you can't stop worrying over Director Lunare, I'll figure out a way.
Nasti, my daughter, I'm sorry. It was I who left you homeless. Flashback. Where the torches are lit, the myriad souls be. Bones to bones, souls to souls.
Let's conclude the funeral here, Viola. Our people have returned to the courtyard, and night is falling.
3 months. Demoy spent 3 whole months in the wooden hut under the roosting tree, before death finally came. I've done all I could, but I could not alleviate the pain of slowly turning into an empty husk. She was never the sorrowful sort. The reed beds along the lake shore would sway to the sound of her laughter. But every pleasant memory from the past 2 centuries vanished completely within the first 3 days after she moved into the wooden hut. I couldn't retrieve them, as much as I wanted to. In those final 3 months, as her remaining memories abandoned her, all she could do was force out broken, hoarse whispers from her throat.
In her 2 centuries of life, she certainly knew laughter in full measure, at least.
But why did she have to end up meeting death in agony? In these 200 years since we settled in the Convalis, every Banshee that has left us has experienced a long and painful period of losing her memory before death. A cruel joke, simply put. To the departed,
Banshees are the last ones to remember their existence. It is not in our nature to forget, but to remember. Forgetting is indeed a new phenomena of the last 2 centuries, but you shouldn't blame yourself for a chronic disease we have yet to comprehend. A chronic disease, or a cost. Every time, every person without fail first loses her memories of life in the Convalis, as if the life we created was mere stuffing made of cotton, a substitute that replaced the life we were originally born to live. But in the end, when it decays completely with time, the people it once filled are left as empty husks. Is that not what we have always wanted to do? To create a different life for the Banshees, the Sarkas, a life accompanied by song and pastry, rather than war and death. Remember what Her Highness promised us? As we deal with all of this in the Convalis, she, as the King of Sarkas, will guide our people to bid farewell to her omnipresent, vengeful, and bloodthirsty nature. You personally told me that Her Highness has turned to Originium for answers, along with that dame. I had a few more conversations with Her Highness after that. She never forgot our original dream. She only changed to a more decisive method to fulfill her promise. If the day comes where her flowers can cover the land, all the more we Sarkas will need a new way of life. I only hope the Convalis will hold on until then. The roosting tree is still withering. Its roots have long since rotted. Neither the children of soil and stone's witchcraft, nor my own incantations have been of any effect. I'm sure there's a future for our roosting tree. I only hope you'll be there to see it. These past 3 months, have you gotten even a single night's sleep as you kept Demoy company? Our moments of peace were thanks to your soothing incantations that she could gain respite from listening to the boats on Mist Lake. But what about you? Now that Demoy is gone, the only Banshees left who experienced the war 2 centuries ago are you and me. Only I can pay the price. What about the children? Is that why you sent a Fennel to Kazdel? The Banshee's future should be left to the children. Whether our decision was right or wrong, we shouldn't let the children pay for it. Is that why you didn't let Nasti join in the funeral rites this time? And good that I didn't. If the Convalis life is but a fragile existence made of cotton stuffing, then Nasti grew up fighting for her life in Kazdel. To her, death is nothing but originium crystals sprouting all over the ground. Her attitude towards death will spread doubts to the other children. She has a bright mind. I'm sure she'll understand your intention. I remember when she wanted to build a hut of her own by the roosting tree, though in the end you had her build it in the Mistapple pulpwoods. You hardly bring her to the courtyard gatherings, nor do you allow her to formally study incantations and elegies. How do you explain all that to her? I found the children too loud, so as the custodian, I had to move further away to find some peace and quiet. She saw how busy I was, and she believed it. At least she said nothing. All right, Lakeramalin, you should go. And you? I wish to stay a while longer. You've sung this elegy long enough.
I don't know what else I can do. The convalescence is headed towards decay, and beyond it, the souls left homeless by my mistakes can only weep.
You can still go back and keep Nasti company at least. As a mother, we might not be able to pay the cost of always shutting our children out. You close the door only to hide cruel truths. But to the child, you're pushing her away.
These days, I've been getting the feeling that Nasti will leave. But I never thought the day would come so soon.
Yes, it is an abrupt decision.
A flimsy boat drifts downstream out of the valley, propelled by an old Banshee's incantations. The reeds sway as a thin mist wails the fallen leaves on the lake's surface. With the season indiscernible, the farewell is bereft of a seasonal undertone. I had hoped for you to spend the rest of your life peacefully in the convalescence. It was my mistake, not finding you earlier than I did. You'd already gone through so much suffering. When I decided to bring you back here, I should have been responsible for you, but in the end, please forgive my conflicted heart, Nasti.
I'm not leaving because of you, Viola. At least not for the reason you think.
Unlike those children, you know how Kazdal is, even now.
The living still fight in the market teeming with the stench of rust and excrement, while crystals sprout from the dead like untended weeds. It does not hold the answer I want.
But what is your question in the first place? Where are you planning to go?
I don't know. Maybe I'll use the half-baked incantations I picked up from you, cast a few stones at the valley's entrance, and let them decide a direction for me. Leithanian, Laterano, Columbia. I heard those strange names when wandering in Kazdal.
Those places. They're very far.
So?
Take care, child. Eat well. After a long silence, Viola only manages one sentence. The old Banshee who has traveled far and wide, bearing word of demise, only realizes now how unfamiliar those places sound to her. Her adopted daughter is about to embark on a journey, yet she has no idea how it will end, or what sort of advice to impart. As the boat gently glides by the murmur of water, Nasti does not turn around.
Farewell, Mother.
Attention all company representatives and testers. Propeller Paradise will link up with DC in 2 hours. The Park's broadcast will begin once we are in range of the Intercity net. Please make sure your exhibits are all functioning optimally. Air Expo Columbia is about to begin.
Look, that's Tower Mountain's Finbeast airship. I heard they made a lot of last-minute modifications and greatly improved its heat resistance. And that solar-powered Howard kitchen kit, with a power source that works even beyond the star pod. I've been curious ever since I first read the brochure. Whoa!
Good thing you only hit the window rail, instead of getting your whole head stuck in there.
The expo's about to begin. Aren't you nervous at all?
Relax. Professionals always have an escape plan ready. I'll get you out when the time's right.
You want to leave already? No, sir, of course not. Whatever, I'm just here to hand over some stuff. That's a lot of papers. Are these records and investigation forms? And the name on them, Fern Barn?
Vandalizing public property, theft of cultural relics, trespassing, impersonating a guide. Why is a little indie guide worth your trouble to scrutinize 5 years of work history?
We just need your signature down here, and you'll spend the rest of your life in jail introducing folks to handcuffs and shackles.
What do you want?
The expo's about to begin, but we need more hands on deck. We can't afford to lock up the park's only 2 guides. That would waste time and resources. But there are too many records with your name on them, and you're connected to Nasti Lunare.
So you've decided to threaten me?
Stay in line, and this is a chance to wipe your rap sheets clean, you know?
Seems like I don't have a choice.
Save your thanks for Gustave. He was the one who proposed it to the Mainlander Emergency Management Council. The 2 of you would be missing out on this expo, marking the beginning of a new era without them. I'm sure you heard a broadcast too. Before the park plate drives into the Intercity Nets range and begins the live stream, make sure you're fully prepared to introduce the future to every Columbian out there.
I get it. I'll finish all the studio work, and won't leave the park before the expo ends.
Good deal. Then come on out, you 2. Time to get to work. On behalf of all Ethanians, I express my most sincere congratulations for the upcoming Air Expo Columbia to be held on the experimental Propeller Paradise. Take a guess who signed it in the end? Conductor of the Guldenes Gazette? Guardian of the 9 Kreis... anyway, one with a string of titles neither of us could pronounce. The Kaiserin. The late Mainlander Senior always said those with a keen sense for politics never lose it, and it seems it holds true. Miss Wilson. I'd rather keep a keen sense for wine testing, honestly. Laterano took half a century to hold their Summit of Nations, an event you could say was the largest diplomatic event on Terra in nearly 2 centuries. Yet Lathanian only sent over a few insignificant dukes as delegates. But our tiny Air Expo Columbia has got a personal letter of congratulations from the Kaiserin. Mr. Vice President, Propeller Paradise has sent over a gift. A bunch of balloons in the shape of the President, most of which are already decorating the hallways. Thank you, Payward. Perhaps you could return the Kaiserin's wishes with a balloon like that one? And let the Gesetzeswächter and Spirecasters spend 3 days carefully dismantling it into rubber scrap. It seems to be an average balloon for decorative purposes. I fear that is no longer the case, since the letter was penned by the Kaiserin. It'll transform into the most cutting-edge military tech, an aerial bomb disguised as a balloon, sent floating into another country's airspace. And how many congratulations like that have you received? Let's see. Victorian Grand Dukes, the Ursine Speaker, the Grand Knight of Casimir's. I'll run out of fingers to count on. The VP before me spent 4 years worrying about immigration and tariffs. But me? Impregnable cities got captured, a never-changing sky got ripped open, and a long silent ocean began to speak. After all that, the core nations unanimously decided balloons are always aerial bombs in disguise. And what about us? Oh, this balloon of ours can't even fly. Before the balloons were sent over, the flammable hydrogen got replaced with regular air. For safety reasons, of course.
How safe and careful we Columbians are.
This sounds like a serious matter of national security, but you're discussing it with a retiree? Inside the State Building, the finest reception hall in all of DC, even?
It's hard to imagine retirement making things any different for Jara Booker Wilson. My hospitality is hardly befitting the once eternally shining star, or Rhine Lab's former director of HR. These days, people seem more willing to be moved by a legend or miracle than by politics or promises. Even the most rational congressmen are no exception.
If you're referring to the few meetings I had with Congressman Wayne, I believe you've already expressed your gratitude with those unique souvenirs from Kjerag.
That was just a personal token of my gratitude. Besides, I later realized the scientists at the observation station must have sent you something similar before. If you show up and give the right people the chance to put hydrogen back into Columbia's balloons, I'm sure I won't be the only one in line to thank you.
To my understanding, the most suitable people to do it would be those who made the balloon in the first place. I've stepped in on their behalf quite a few times. Researchers are as sincere as children. I can never bear to see their hopes dashed. You're right that retirement has made no difference to me whatsoever, though.
Of course, we all know how important Rhine is to you.
Look, Propeller Paradise. You don't even need binoculars to see it anymore. We need only wait and see what I'll turn Columbia's balloons into. Look! This high-altitude adaptive balloon in the shape of the present is one of our hot souvenirs. A thin film on the balloon's surface automatically adjusts its molecular structure according to the environment, so it won't explode, even if it collides with the barrier. Think about it, miss. Just how many balloons could we fit under the barrier? I remember agents are required to pass a university-level physics fundamentals exam. Isn't this Spark's purpose to push the boundaries of physics itself? Are you implying those samples and snacks on you are for research purposes? Just for disguise purposes. I'm about to buy some fresh cotton candy plants over at Platform 4, a small vacuum chamber that can simulate the birth and development of Terra. Don't you think it romantic? At least, that's less boring than having to transport a special someone. Special? You mean that Banshee? Yeah, the one you were in charge of before. So the Tin Man already knew. He said you had an urgent mission to handle, so we'll take over evacuating the special individual. Waila is in bad shape. You'll have to be very careful. I know, an old Banshee has to be skilled in witchcraft, no? We'll set up cognitive interference detectors to make sure nothing goes awry. Cognitive interference? But she's already being tormented by her shattered memories. Man, where are my colleagues at? We have to evacuate all park personnel from the levitation lair in the next half an hour, or I won't get to buy any souvenirs. This is the last chance we'll get to see such weird stuff. I think you should go buy your cotton candy planets. They won't be coming. Huh? Huh? I am at, the ropeway station? Right, I gotta go to Platform 4 or I'll miss out on the cotton candy.
Madam Viola, my apologies, but I only bought you 30 minutes. Act on your desires. You're free. The door is open, guiding me home? But where? Where is Nasti?
There's still an hour before the broadcast begins. Which necktie should I wear? Is Gustav still deciding who will make the opening speech? Drag it out any longer and we'll have no time to prepare the script. An hour won't be enough to list all my countless contributions to the park. There are also the many organizations and departments to thank for all the help they've given me. They deserve their recognition. Everything will go as planned. Surely. What am I thinking? We may not get along, but there's no way he'll side with a curanda he's only known for a few days. Even at the very end, Gustav never changes, using every trick up his sleeve to keep his lackeys in line, just to make them do as they're told. We're like a bunch of kids, getting all nervous over a little prize we deserve. How come 5-4 is not back yet? Wasn't it supposed to just check the office for any news? Who is that? A letter? I knew it. I knew it! After hesitating for so long, he settles on the obvious choice. Me! How much effort did I put in just to snatch the opportunity to transfer here? How much did I have to finagle to climb the ladder from my lowly admin job in 6 months? I'm the chief executive of Propeller Paradise. I'm the only one who confronted. He even wrote a speech for me? That sly old fox never leaves anything to chance. My fellow Columbians, I am Gordon Tennant, the Chief Executive of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure I've kept you waiting in front of your screens for some time now. Now it is with a heavy heart that I announce the official cancellation of Air Expo Columbia. A major accident occurred in the park, and as the one in charge of the place, I bear an undeniable responsibility for this. Wait, an accident? Is this a mistake? This is a public apology?
Alert! Alert! Patrol complete. Ladder not obtained. Part of the path has been blocked by a group of Terrans. Based on their travel route, they are presumably heading toward the levitation layer's experiment zone. At the same time, detecting several high-powered Originium products on the move, bearing cargo identification tags. They belong to Gordon Tennant.
My tags?
An apology letter, and the news brought back by 5-4. This is no mischievous prophecy, but indisputable reality. Shock, panic, anger, countless emotions fill Gordon's chest. Is Gustava about to cause an accident? On Propeller Paradise, the expo all of Columbia has been eagerly waiting to see. For what reason? When did he begin planning this? What sort of pawn is Gordon Tennant to him? Apology, amends. Gordon is all too familiar with these words. Ostracized by his colleagues and driven by his eccentric hobby, he was always violating the rules. The thin sheet of paper before him reflects the accumulation of his work over the past 7 years. He wrote hundreds of self-reflecting letters during his time at ATAO. He remembers every single time Gustave would demand an apology from him, and how he slid from defiance to compromise. The reward he deserved, the things he begged Gustave for like a child, were accusations against him all along.
Did you get the speech, Tenon? So, can you do it?
His carefully chosen necktie tightens, like a torture device.
All I have to do is do as I'm told.
And the corporate espionage continues. Yeah, this was a set of cutscenes, alright, with a couple of actual surprises in there, at least when it comes to the what they're showing department. But before we get to that, very quickly, for people surprised or confused why we're in this menu right now, back when the story was live in the event menu, I ran out of time to record the yap sections in between the cutscenes, and for the outro later as well, so all of that will be done from this menu here, post event being live, of course. So yeah, anyway. But yeah, this was a set of cutscenes, all right, from the immediate beginning of a very interesting flashback with Nasti meeting Kristen for the first time and their first interaction, and how how the recruitment essentially went. That was honestly not something I expected from this whole thing to show at some point. I didn't know it's gonna be like anything. I mean, technically speaking, not the most important part of the story, but definitely a very interesting thing to see how it went down, their first interaction. And also, considering how detailed the design is, it's definitely not gonna happen. But I wanna put it out there because I'm sure other people would say the same thing, or maybe even said the same thing already. How do we want to call that design? The Nasti Traveler or Dune Warrior or Wanderer skin? Can we have that as a skin? Can we have that as a skin? That looked very nice. That had some drip to it, despite the fact that it's just the most cheapest looking things that could have been probably thrown together. She was wandering around the block essentially, but yeah, that design for some reason goes stupidly hard, like really hard. But as always with these alternative designs for the characters, we are never gonna get that as a skin. But yeah, very, very interesting to see their first interaction, and finally to see also Kristen in the story, considering that Kristen is someone who is and will continuously be brought up with not just this story, but everything to do with Rhine Lab in general. So yeah, seeing her again was actually very also nice, even though they never really show her face or her old her old sprite model or anything. It's just from like over the shoulder essentially. But still, pretty good. A very nice and surprising CG for this story. But yeah, back to the plot and the plot twists. This is definitely a this is definitely an espionage story with the definite confirmation that Tin Man is not your friend and good old buddy in this story. Nope, Mainlander is doing their thing here, and they have grander plans for Propeller Paradise. Boy oh boy. But speaking of that, Mercia, however, who is also a Mainlander, yeah, she is very interesting. Not only because she is definitely circumventing her original mission apparently that she's doing there, or rather she is continuing her mission, but she's doing her own thing during the whole thing, which is very interesting. As we've seen, she has quite a set of arts that she can use. I mean, memory erasure and memory manipulation is crazy. That is a crazy capability and a very scary capability that she has there. So yeah, damn, definitely interesting character. But she seems to be following her own agenda in this story, and she is helping the old Banshee. Well, for some reason. I'll leave the rest of the story to do the explanations or trying to show why she's doing what she's doing. But yeah, she's definitely an interesting character in all aspects. And finally, Gordon, poor Gordon, who is seemingly rather gonna be the fall man for what is about to happen with Propeller Paradise. And what Maylander is trying to achieve here. Poor guy worked his butt off to get to a position in life, even though he's a bit of an asshole himself. But still, worked hard, pretty much to get to where he is. And yeah, he's just a fall man. He's just gonna be a good old fall man because why not? But anyway. We shall continue on to stage number 7, titled, very simply, Tarmac. And it says, there is only one destination. It is the rule. Let's begin. Platform 3 secondary patrol complete. Target pod in position. No suspicious individuals detected. There's no one else left on this little platform but us. What's the sitch on your end? The 4 pod's engines have undergone breaking point testing, and the park's about to enter the Intercity's net range. Remember the official line to the public. The gathering is only temporary, and they can all return to their respective exhibit areas once the broadcast's intro segment is done. Understood. You sure everyone's gone on your end? The Tin Man stressed we had to make sure all park personnel are safely evacuated before we send the operation signal. The main road was sealed off an hour ago. The support platform's emergency jump pads are all shut, and the cable car routes were all diverted to only go in one direction last night, so no one's been able to get in. Better play it safe.
Ropeway station needs backup. That Rhine research assistant is blocking the access hub with a group of testers, and it's hard to get around them.
Go and back them up. It's crucial we time this right. Every preparatory step has to be completed before the broadcast begins. What was that? Look! Over here! A soda bottle cap? Probably rolled off the table from the floating pod shaking. It's probably nothing. Let's go.
Oh, Mr. Aspen, what on earth is your obsession with that balloon? The couch is small enough without you hanging onto that. I almost got squished flat.
I am sorry, Miss Barn, but I begged you to take me here just for this balloon.
You have no idea how much effort it took slipping right out from under their noses and then getting you here.
Really sorry about that. Could you hand me the toolbox from the closet? The evacuation announcement came so suddenly, I didn't have the time to make sure the floating pods will be alright during the stream.
You want the lucky Sissy Beast on display at the expo that badly? Ignoring a public hearing, signing a temporary contract with a tour guide with multiple charges under her belt, and helping her escape park security just so you can have her bring you back to a sealed-off levitation layer. You guys, all nuts for the sky!
I am drowning in debt here. The only way to clear it is to have the lucky Sissy Beast at the show and draw in investors.
Yeah. The sky will answer every future seeker and all that jazz. Propeller Paradise's slogan is plastered all over the place. Trash can lids in the slums included.
Even if it's blind faith, I'm not going to give up now after coming this far. Phew.
Nothing wrong with the components. They'll last till the show ends. Let's go.
What? Why is the door locked?
Wait, did you hear that?
I did. Don't tell me something's really up with my product.
No, I don't mean the exhibit. From, under our feet.
Why isn't the line moving? Drag this out any longer and the broadcast is gonna start.
Calm down. Mel and her guys are on their way to handle it.
They've got someone surrounded. Seems like a Rhine Lab researcher, judging by the uniform. Let me through! The tree's hard drive and motherboard haven't been removed yet! Don't push your luck. Allowing the Rhine tree at the expo has been our biggest concession to Rhine Lab. And we've even been as generous as to let you copy the data for future research. What more do you want? I just need 5 minutes. I promise I won't pull any tricks either. Hasn't the ATO science consultant issued a report on the tree? It's completely harmless. No. All levitation layer personnel are to return to the ground to ensure the exhibits are finalized, and only return after the opening speech. Besides, the uplink cable cars aren't operating now, so there's no way you can reach the Rhine tree. It's at the highest point in the park. I didn't realize how much effort Director Lunar I put into this experiment until I saw the core code, and now I remember how she never abandoned her dreams for the sky. Even if it only saves a little backtracking time later, I want to help her somehow. You have to let me through. Mr. Jagger, one more move and we'll have to resort to more special methods. Wait, the tree looks strange. You used the same excuse 10 minutes ago. No, it really looks weird. Look for yourself. The expo is about to open, with the Columbian sun shining brightly. The crowd follows Sky's finger and spots a dazzling tree. The branches wrapped in special material should have been completely still, like tiny insects trapped in resin. However, right here and now, under the sunlight, the broken branches seem to glow green. Organic materials don't photosynthesize. The park handbook states clearly it is common for exhibits to transform in high-altitude environments. Rhine stuff doesn't do that. And it doesn't give you an excuse to go back up there. Going up there won't solve the problem. I have no idea what exactly is going on. But I know who does. Huh? He just left? That easily?
Levitation layer, 11 main platforms and 20 support platforms have been inspected. Jammers and backup detonators have been installed in 9 smaller levitation pods, which will crash one by one when activated. Personnel evacuation is complete. Scouts have done multiple calculations of the fallout curve based on the current wind direction and force, and have confirmed falling debris will not reach the square serving as the evacuation spot.
All areas progressing well. Gustavo sends word from the Cloud's restaurant's cockpit that Propeller Paradise will be within DC Intercity net range in 5 minutes. Your orders, sir?
Anyone seen those 2 newbies from Bravo?
The ones responsible for the Banshee? Positioning shows they're still on platform 3. That's not in the plan's operation range. Should we send someone to check it out?
Seems like their mission's been taken over. Platform 3 is far from the detonation target, so don't worry about that. I'll handle it later. All teams, synchronos. Phase 2 begins now.
The jail cell window crops the sky into a tiny square. The ordinary yet mysterious tree, centerpiece of Nasti's research and Rhine Lab's core project, is now hidden from her view by strangely clothed figures and floating balloons. In a few minutes, the Expo broadcast will begin, without Nasti's involvement. Her bone pen and mechanical devices were seized earlier, so all she needs to do now is to play the role of a helpless sinner. If Mulesys were here, she'd probably summon 8 water clones to scold her for being silly. But Nasti does not regret her decision, though there is one woman on her mind. Baela leaving the Convalis had always left her uneasy. If the chance came... Who's that? Director Lunaray, you have to follow me to the tree platform. You're supposed to be keeping the device data and core code safe. What are you doing here? But the tree is growing now. Growing? That's impossible. So that's not supposed to happen. If it affects the levitation module, it'll definitely be dangerous to anyone on the ground. The levitation module runs independently, with a backup power supply that can last for 5 days. But the abnormality you mentioned, the only way to find out why it's happening is to go inside the tree. Come with me, Director. The security cams have been rigged with a delayed feed that should buy us at least 20 minutes. And I'm not sure why, but the cell's smart locks are unlocked. So now's...
That's because the chief executive of Propeller Paradise opened them for you.
Gordon? What's all that on you? A DIY high-altitude face shield, modified propellers, and a second-hand insulated spacesuit? Did you learn the front part scrap at her cycle plant? Your distorted testimony at the hearing is still up on the park's bulletin board, but now you're helping us escape? Don't tell me you've had a sudden attack of conscience.
Nasti, I got your bone pen and devices here. Sorry about the hearing. I'd rather stand in the defendant's dock with you than recite that prepared speech. After all, the confiscated devices were my goods anyways, so I'll take the blame for that.
What? Who are you, and what have you done with Gordon Talon? What happened?
My dear citizens of DC, and those watching this live broadcast, it is my honor to introduce Propeller Paradise, an experimental park that is sure to leave its mark on Columbian history.
We don't have much time. Nasti, you've done deals with Gustave. I'm sure you won't dump the intel I'm about to hand over.
Your old boss is planning something with Mailander, correct?
You're even sharper than I thought.
Seeing the park's chief executive here when he's supposed to be making a speech in half an hour is proof enough.
Friends, look out your windows up at the sky. No amount of marketing bluster can compare to what you'll see with your own eyes, where the future among the clouds is waiting for you.
They want to can the expo with an accident that'll kill the future of Propeller Paradise. Though I have no idea what exactly their plan is.
If Mailander's involved, they'll move fast. What was that?
God, am I seeing things? Something's falling from the levitation layer. Is that the lucky Sisty Beast's floating pod? No, there's more. 3, 4. Is this part of the opening ceremony? They didn't mention this in the script. If they really come crashing down... Wait, the pods stop falling? As if something's gripping them firmly. Huh? What was that? Oh! It seems the tech companies have prepared a surprise that even got me. We have just witnessed Propeller Paradise's breakthrough in the field of levitation, with no need for papers or data, and this is only just the beginning.
No way. There's no emergency stop module, even in ongoing projects, that could have done that. Sky, your field measurements are more precise. Where were the falling pods supposed to land? From visual estimates, they would have probably crashed into Platform 2, blocking the connecting lower layer tunnel. That's the only path we can take to the tree. Gordon, I accept your apology, but I have no time for your plans.
That miracle was no stroke of luck. Might have something to do with you and your invention.
Is that a threat?
Just my intuitive judgment on all rule breaking. I don't need your help with Gustave, but I do need a bargaining chip to make sure Propeller Paradise stays afloat when everything's done and dusted.
So my tree...
Letting you handle something only you know how to handle is part of my plan.
Got it. Rhine Lab staff will cooperate with you. However, whatever it is you're planning to do, go to the tree at the first sight of danger, and I'll come and get you.
Everything ready, 5-4?
Preparations complete.
Let's go. I have an opening speech to make.
What's going on? The jammer and our backup detonators aren't working? The transmitted signals show the devices are all activated, but the 9 target pods' core engines have stopped. Somehow the received signals are all messed up. Even pods without transmitters attached are sending signals. Get a team to investigate this. Have them remove all traces of our work from earlier and retrieve the transmitters.
Captain, that's equivalent to calling the operation a failure.
You forget how we do things at Maelander. If reality happens to significantly deviate from our plan, seize all action immediately. We're not some rank-foot espionage flick heroes trying to be tough.
Seems like someone is biased against blockbuster hits.
We don't get reshoots.
It's not as if we have no other choice. Don't send anyone to the pods. It's probably the Banshee's incantation that's keeping those toys from falling straight down.
But Nasti should be in jail right now, right?
She is not the Banshee I'm referring to. The incantation has fundamentally changed how the levitation layer facilities are connected. Ill-functioning receivers prove this.
You're telling me the Banshee's incantation is able to connect to the levitation layer's power supply structure, send signals and synchronize commands? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard!
Nasti designed the entire park's conduits and systems herself, after all. She didn't become one of the Rhine Lab 10 solely on her engineering talent. Though, if we utilize the upper level's power grid and detonate just one engine, that will cause the entire layer to fall.
The entire layer? So you mean,
The park will connect with DC in 25 minutes. We'll have to present a reverse firework display to Propeller Paradise. Change of plans. Those on the upper layer mobilize personnel and connect the support platforms surrounding the levitation layer to the common power grid. Those on the lower layer, calculate the crash zone and prepare for evacuation measures at any moment. I'll let Gustavo know of this and have the admin staff coordinate with us to delay the opening speech. Also, send a group to the jail to confirm Nasti's position and deploy at least 3 elite squads to the elevator square and any ascendable routes. It's only a matter of time before she returns to the levitation lair.
Are you not going to join?
Oh, I have to go supervise an agent of mine. Mainlander has quite the troublesome evaluation systems after all. I'll join the rest of you once I'm done. Alright teams, move out.
A giant broadcast screen hangs in the Cloud restaurant, incessantly switching between gaudy company logos and the newest levitation devices, while Oakley's agitated voice booms from the speakers. The lower level of the screen is a real-time feed from the control room. A small red dot representing Propeller Paradise flashes, heading for Max DC. 2 cameras stand on a cloud-like carpet, pointing at a lone chair, like a defendant's dock awaiting Gordon Tennant's attendance.
You're late. Why did you come dressed like that? There's no time to prepare a new outfit. We only have 20 minutes until your speech. The tie on my ATO uniform was too tight. I remember 6 years back when you just got that set of clothes after your promotion to a full-time role. I personally adjusted it for you. So giddy from joy you were. You told me I had a lot to learn to be worthy of that uniform. Then I stayed in the same entry-level role for the next 6 years. No newbie's first skill is writing self-reflection letters. It's not that I've never regretted helping you into that uniform. And what about now? This outfit? The blame for causing the accident? Who put them on me? Oh, so you figured it out? You seized 2 crates of my goods the night I was exposed. I thought you were helping me dispose of them, but I found out they ended up in the hands of you and Mainlander. I bet this apology speech wasn't written that night either, was it, sir? Go on. Importing Originium devices into Columbia clearly violates ATAO regulations. And if security is compromised, I'll be the sin eater for the whole park. So you still think this is a personal grudge? Am I wrong? I've always been a slum boy to you, a bad little rule breaker. As I climbed through the ranks on my own effort, you only came to hate me more. Your own effort? Do you honestly think a useless bum with disciplinary records and hundreds of self-reflection letters on file could manage a transfer to the highly coveted levitating experimental park on his own? What? You disappoint me, honestly. Even now, you still have only a superficial understanding of our current situation. Your title, investments, achievements, and results from the very moment you stepped onto Propeller Paradise were all gifts from me to you. Gordon Tannen, have you ever wondered how you managed to procure foreign Originium products so easily? You knew about my dealings from the start. Even your stock lists were meticulously picked by my hand. The Trident Arts units from Lithanian are secret equipment used by the Gesetzesväter For military training. The power shields used by Casimirian campaign knights were disassembled into 3 parts, and you put them into the exhibits of 3 different companies. The originium engines and hard scores sourced from foreign military equipment. The park blows up because of them. You aren't the brightest bulb on the chandelier, but you have a good eye. Propeller Paradise is indeed a giant testing ground, but it's not testing those toys in the sky. Give it about 10 more minutes, and the sky fever you helped ignite will burn into Columbian flames of fury for foreign spies. The countless exhibits in the sky with their core technologies inside them, they are all military reserves for countering our foreign foes. Naturally, Propeller Paradise will become a base for arms testing. Military? I thought you would have considered ATAO's interests at least. We'll always be of one mind when we stand for Columbia. What matters is our country, men. So, this apology speech is your stepping stone to a new role. I might even be able to pull some strings and get you a new role at the Department of Defense. Why all the honesty? Not worried I'll sabotage the speech? The fact that you've shown up here with the speech in hand means you've already made the wise choice. To be honest, I wasn't sure you would make a qualified piece on the board. But now, that little monster beside you has answered that question for me. Same as the rich love their cigars and watches, simply enjoying the sense of superiority with their little hobbies. 5'4" isn't a toy made to cater to sky fever. Sure, but you're no longer the reckless young man only concerned with invention and modification. ATAO sanded down your edges, educated you in the ways of the land, made you think to operate within the rules you set yourself. It made you like me. Go. Get your little monster ready too. Let's have it join your public apology. It's a fitting symbol of what Propeller Paradise represents. Gimmicky, kitschy, useless. An absolute waste.
Altitude readings are stable, and the pods show no sign of falling any further, while the engines aren't making any strange sounds. We should be safe now, right?
50 meters. Lucky Sisti B's pod fell 50 meters.
What's that, Espen?
6 months ago, I was at the crowded registration center going through the paperwork. I was first in line, and chose the most conspicuous levitation pod for my lucky Sisti Beast. The closer you are to the star pod, the more luck you get. That's what everyone in the park thinks, even if your pod is only a few inches higher than your neighbors. I lined up overnight just to get a spot closer to the sky. I hired over 100 testers to secure an exhibit spot, and got smuggled contraband just to keep my lucky Sisti Beast running. Miss Barn, I can tell you're no fan of the competition, but this is the basic law of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure you've seen it yourself on your tours.
I get a list of companies and corporate data updated daily, and there are people who just complain about their terrible lives, only to head right back to their misery.
You only got here a month ago. To you, This is a place you just happened to visit. To us, it's our only path to a future, and only a few will survive. Maybe you think I'm just a desperate, sick man talking out of his ass. But when the levitation platforms rise alongside the thousands of pods, we just feel the excitement coursing through our veins for no reason, don't we? I poured everything I had into the lucky Sisti Beast, and that's why I have to win this gamble! I knew it. Even though decantation can link multiple platforms and pods through the power lines, its range is still limited when calculated outward from the tree. Barian, send a signal to Sky's team. Tell them we found the pattern of the power connections. Barian!
The scientific mind truly is brilliant, don't you agree? Thanks for helping us locate our mission objective. Inform our engineering experts to stop the research. Centering on the platform beneath my feet, have the personnel stationed at the perimeter immediately cut all backup power and attempt to connect the supply lines through alternative methods. Also, it is highly probable the Rhine Labbers have discovered our plan. 2 researchers were found on Platform 4, but have been dealt with. All patrols speed up. Report anyone you see ASAP. Your colleagues in the broadcasting studio will buy us time by switching the camera feeds. Act fast.
Those agents are effing persistent. Can those mail guys fly or something? How are they everywhere? Good thing you lured them away. And there's no one here. No! 5 testers and 2 Rhine Labbers found on support platform 17. They've all been dealt with and will be sent to detention on the lower level 5 minutes from now. The operation is going smoothly. They lack the numbers and are scattered like headless houseflies.
Well, everyone excels in their own fields, and they lack communication equipment or anyone to direct them. What about Nasti?
She escaped from the lower level cells 10 minutes ago, but no contact has been noted between her and any of her staff.
She knows the park structure. We're at a disadvantage with such a tight time window, but hide and seek is not a single-player game.
We'll continue our patrols. A smattering of testers and researchers will not significantly affect our operation.
Stay wary and report back promptly.
Wasn't there one more person here just now?
He didn't notice me. Thanks for pulling me back, Mr. Jagger.
You're welcome. You good?
Truth be told, seeing the others knocked down so easily still has my knees feeling like spaghetti.
Can you run?
I can.
Let's split up here then. No time to slow down.
I'm here, sir.
Let me have a smoke first, Mary. You can look at those screens while I'm at it.
Marcia fixes her gaze at the dozen or so monitors on the wall and sees the high-altitude elevator, the floating platforms, the ropeway station. Almost every inch of Propeller Paradise is displayed on the screens. The bright and bizarre structures in the sky seem to pop out from the screens, a strange sight in the dark room, as if Marcia was attending a postmodern art exhibition instead.
This place...
What of it?
Nothing. I just didn't think Propeller Paradise would have such a sealed-off place.
Reminds you of our interrogation room.
So, may I know why you were looking for me?
Look at the upper right monitor. You heard the explosion earlier, didn't you? The nearly 10 floating pods connected to that Rhine Lab tree should have been smoking heaps of scrap metal in the wastes by now. Mary, I'm sure you know what sort of force keeps them in the air still.
An incantation. I kept this secret from you, sir.
Our colleagues at the Emergency Management Council have only just captured the dangerous criminals responsible for the explosion, and now they have to clean up the mess caused by their own people's negligence. You've seen it. The Banshee's incantation has changed the way the levitation layer connects to the other platforms and pods. Any other incident happens, and it'll affect more than just 9 pods. The situation is dire.
Sir, I shouldn't be speaking to you like this as a secretary or a mainlander agent, but I understand my colleagues and I know how the council works. Just now, I was looking at the surveillance footage and they were busy munching on cotton candy. Ineffective methods of deception like that should be forbidden on such serious occasions. I've completed my mission on Propeller Paradise, both monitoring Mr. Tennant and the many tech companies and exposing their secrets. But now I see. These missions were never to ensure the expo ran smoothly. Be the secret from the start, the explosion just now, or the so-called other incident you mentioned. They've all been part of your plan. Yes?
You're keen. You pass.
So what exactly?
Let's sit down before we continue.
Sit down! Sit down!
Come on, you 3. Some manners would be good.
Is this a mainlander trial for a traitor or a...
Or have I finally found time to handle a junior's troublesome evaluation process? Don't worry. I'm just an old fart who wishes to impart some wisdom to the younger generation.
I'm curious what that wisdom is.
Oh, Mary. I'm sure you'll hate this rotten nonsense. 1 year ago, Rhine Lab submitted a proposal to the EC. A project developing tech from Galeria Stellaria. And Congressman Street was inspired to expand the project for the whole country. His secretary burned the midnight oil to prepare a slideshow, showcasing what the congressman saw in his dreams after having seen the sky over 3 mounts being torn apart.
Big Larry is holding and biting on Mercia's hat.
Foundation stones built on the clouds.
All Curly is walking while twirling Mercia's bow.
Rain or shine, it'll all be under our feet.
Little Mo is swinging mid-air while holding onto Mercia's hair.
Tour groups leaving the star pod, one by one, as the twin moons are covered with Columbian flags.
And so on and so on. Congress voted. How did that turn out?
273 to 65. More than 80% voted yeah.
And the government is eager to water and fertilize these fantasies. I'm sure you know better than I do just how many companies and testers were scrambling to get into Propeller Paradise at any cost after that, Mary.
Too many to count.
Nearly half the companies in Columbia have added a sky-related department, and even air fryer manufacturers have been trying to add clouds to applicable product lines.
Tin Man, don't forget about the stocks! There are over 200 subcategories of sky-related concept stocks, with the longest registered validity period extending 300 years into the future. Companies willing apply for loans with interest rates several times higher than the prevailing market rate just to secure a spot on Propeller Paradise.
I remember looking through Gordon's case files and coming across a certain Aspen who bought contraband goods from him just to clear inspections. No, it wasn't because he didn't know the law. It was because he was divorced, had sold his family assets, and was burdened with a hopeless mountain of debt. The so-called lucky sissy beast is a high-stakes gamble that will decide the rest of his life. What a shame.
A shame?
He used to run a grocery store in a town by the shipping routes near DC. And even now, there might be some pioneers out there still using the tools he peddled. But here he is with his invention. That floating revolving bar where the people turn but not the beer. What else can you even do with that, other than invite your foes for a drink? Simply put, what he's done is akin to a student frantically writing compliments in the margins, hoping the teacher will give him a perfect score. Take the future as a real test. Who's going to be the examiner? You? Me? The generals at the DoD? Or maybe Congress? Maybe it'll be Casimir's, who just equip all of their campaign knights with power armor. Or Lithanian, with their recent addition of a basic arts tactics course to all school curricula. Or perhaps Ursus, with its growing army, their mighty force that's left their minds empty. Could it be Eager, currently shelling the Iberian coast with artillery along with the sea monsters? Among these parties, I fear it is the sea monsters who are the most likely to visit a floating revolving bar.
Sir, you mean to say that the Columbians' fanaticism for the sky is completely meaningless?
Compared to what's happening everywhere else right now, I'm afraid so. Columbia has always been driven by fanaticism. I'm sure you're crystal clear on this, given your background, Mercia. Without a fanatical drive for freedom, we wouldn't have had our frontier rebels 80 plus years ago, and the Columbians would still be living under the Victorians' heel. Without a lust for wealth, our mass pioneer movement would not have happened, and nearly half of Columbian land today would remain an untraversable wilderness even for the strongest burn beasts. But this time, it's just a waste.
So you think Propeller Paradise should take the blame?
Why would I? It has already accomplished its mission perfectly. Well, it's one step away. It's stirred up the Columbian zeal more effectively than I could have ever hoped to. Now it just needs to redirect it.
Through its ruin?
Through it being destroyed.
By who? Who else in this park could? Wait, Mr. Tennant's goods, smuggled from all across Terra, Casimir's, Leithanian, Sargon, and even Kasdel.
They'll become weapons planted by foreign spies, deliberately intended to ruin Columbia's display of achievements and destroy your people's fantasies of taking to the skies. 80 plus years later, the Columbians' rage will be reignited once more. Casimirzians might not want to see their tax money turn into knight armor, while Ethanian children might just run away from boring basic arts tactics classes. But Columbians, we have our fervor. As we move to the future, we move forward together, tens of millions strong. As long as we can direct the zeal onto a proper path.
Collate our wills and seize the truth of everything. Sir, I remember you telling me your story. I thought you always hated war.
It's been tens of thousands of years. The number of lost souls in my hand is no less than the casualties of a military campaign. The reason I didn't burn in Casdel's furnace then is that I hate meaningless sacrifices. But this time, an arms race might just be the beginning. You and I know it won't end there, just like how the Great Expansion didn't end with the discovery of some ore.
So the sacrifices Columbian needs for this competition won't be enough with just this park, correct?
I told you before, right? This is a whole bunch of rotten nonsense. The Maylander Foundation didn't have to explain all of this to you, my dear agent. But the day will come when you'll have to accept the truth, even if you don't agree with it. Don't forget your family name, Mercia. You're a Celine.
This is...
The elevators connecting the park's upper and lower levels have been sealed off, and the only ropeway station leading to the tree is also out of service. Nasti has exhausted herself just by getting here. Floating pods by her side are riddled with cracks, black smoke billowing from within. A sign their core energy modules have been destroyed, and they should have all crashed to the ground. But the pods stubbornly remain amongst the clouds, piecing together a precarious path, as if an invisible pair of hands are holding them up. Nasti? Update the others. I'll go get her. The agent rushes towards her, but just as he takes a step forward, the bricks under his feet shift. Target sighted. Location Flying Donut Station. Requesting backup. We tried to intercept her, but something's up here.
Disorder?
Nasti recalls the river at the mouth of the convalis of the Banshees. Still and calm, where even a child could safely row a boat on their own. However, unassisted intruders find the dense forests on both sides constantly shifting positions, like a mobile labyrinth, with the distant riverbank always hidden beyond the thick mist. After a momentary silence, Nasti steps out of the pod and into the empty sky. Brick and stone immediately form a floor beneath her.
Disorder. A path held together by an incantation.
Convalis Banshees often isolate themselves from outsiders, or decorate their own courtyards with this method. She also used the same tactic to momentarily stall Saria back in the Rhine Lab. This is a path specifically paved just for her. To her surprise, the whole area centered on the tree has been reconstructed by the incantation, but she fails to find the caster within the tree's core, among its roots. Only the roots of the tree are breathing, just as always.
Please verify your credentials.
Nasti Lunore, Director of Engineering, Rhine Lab. Nasti dashes towards the roots. She must confirm if any abnormal changes have happened while she was away. This is what is left of the vivarium, and the secret Rhine Lab has been protecting at all costs. No matter how the unrest in the park ends, it is the only bargaining chip in Nasti's hand. She touches the roots, allowing data to flow into her fingertips and gather in the branches around her waist. Muses always teased Nasti about being a human computer, and she always took it as praise. In the current situation where biotechnology has fused with Banshee witchcraft, her body is perhaps the best data cable to use. The branches begin to vibrate quickly, a sign of the device overclocking. Almost simultaneously, Nasti feels some sort of temperature shift. Not the chill of condensation, not the heat of electricity, but body heat? She experiences a strange feeling out of nowhere. Here and now, she is no longer director of Rhine Lab's engineering section, checking if a device is still operating normally, but a Banshee, touching another of her kind. Just like so many years ago, when that woman held her own hand and taught her how to blow a leaf whistle. Nasti abruptly looks up.
Nasti, my child, you're back.
Alright, this was once again a very interesting set of cutscenes, and as per usual, Tin Man, whenever he appears, apparently it's in his contract or something, but the guy has to tease and spoil and stuff like that, doesn't he? Like what was it, like last time, or rather the first time he actually appears in game, not outside of the game. The first time he appears out in the whole Rhine Lab storyline is in the manga that predates anything in-game. But when it comes to in-game stuff, Lone Trail is essentially the first time he appears, and as we remember from Lone Trail, he immediately started to spit some facts and some minor, not really devastating spoilers, but he definitely pretty much just went and said like how the war in Victoria is gonna end back then, and what happens to the Sarkas after the whole kerfuffle over in Londinium and stuff. The guy just has it, I guess, in his metal veins. But yeah, interesting stuff happening on this cutscene that we just went through. Number one, Gordon essentially rebelling against what the ATAO and Maylander are intending for him. Rebelling against, which is crazy. Gordon rebelling against everybody and trying to do his own thing and sticking it to the man essentially is very crazy, because he's not just going against a company. He's going against not only his old boss, he's going against Maylander, which is, I mean, I don't have to explain Maylander, I hope, why that is already crazy by itself, but he is also going against the ATAO, which is again, another whole can of worms, and all I can say is Gordon has quite the cojones to be doing anything like that. But yeah, and also we get to see him finally in the story in his actual sprite for his operator version, which is quite nice that they also got to that point why he wears that suit and why he actually technically seemingly will become a playable character for us. But yeah, then we have like I said earlier, the truth bombs and lore bombs that Tin Man is spitting. Also, before I go into those, that scene around the table with him interrogating essentially Mercia, that is such an intimidating picture. Like, Jesus, I love that picture. It's pretty good. Definitely gives out the vibe as to how he is as an agent essentially of Maylander. Quite scary. I mean, the guy has been around for quite a long time. He is a revenant after all. But yeah, pretty crazy. And then he goes into the truth bombs, into the lore bombs. One being a very random one that he brought up with Aspen, and there's gonna be more on that later, but as the story has already shown us, Aspen is definitely very strongly attached to the Sisti Beast, to the Lucky Sisti Beast, his revolving bar, but we keep getting more and more details as to why he is so attached to the thing, or rather why he is so attached to the thing actually being successful. As we hear here from Tin Man, he is in a lot of debt. He sold a lot of his assets, including private stuff, and yeah, he is like pretty much a lot of people here in Propeller Paradise who wanted to start up businesses. They all risked a lot, and Aspen is just one of those people who risked quite a lot to get here and to start something new and start something hopefully lucrative. And yeah, that definitely already paints a picture of him, but again, the story is gonna go a bit more into detail. This story is a story of a lot of curveballs that keep being thrown, so I'm gonna leave it to the story to explain more about Aspen, because there is a bit more to that whole thing. That's all I'm gonna say. But then, world lore and and stuff that is happening around the globe in general, I guess. Kazimierzians equipping their knights with power armor. Very interesting. I mean, technically speaking, the Kazimierzians have already sorta had technologically advanced suits that they are putting their knights in, like their military knights, like the Silver Pegasus and stuff, specifically. Not like the knights in the arenas are not using like specifically some of them using like technology in their suits and stuff, but and weapons of course, but specifically calling it power armor now is very interesting. Also, I hope I'm not the only one who heard the word power armor for the Kazimierzians and immediately thought Fallout and the Commonwealth. If that theme didn't kick into someone's head, if it's kicking in now, congratulations. But yeah, very interesting. Then the Lethanians doing Lethanian things and essentially just establishing a new curriculum with arts training in mind, which again, just another symbol or sign of another, another nation gearing up. Very interesting. And then a tiny bit of a tease for the main story, which I'm not gonna go into what is happening there. For people who are still catching up with the main story, you'll see what the whole Ursus and the Ursan mines being cleared out, essentially, what that means when you get to chapter 16. So, leave it at that. just know that when you get to chapter 16, you're gonna get your explanation as to what is happening in Ursus, from what he mentioned there. And finally, the very interesting one there being that the Aegirians are bombarding essentially the coast of Iberia, which is interesting. I don't know why they would do it. I mean, there is tensions between the two sides, but as we've seen in recent stories, they are starting to work together. I mean, of course, the Aegirians did send out that signal to the entire world, and they were trying to intimidate everybody with it. But I'm still looking forward to at one point seeing what is happening there, because that is definitely a tease for a future story. Something is happening there, and I don't know if it's just like he mentioned something about the Seaborn as well, if it's just a simple thing of the Aegirians and Iberians might be just cooperating and doing like a pincer attack against some form of maybe beachhead of the Seaborn, or there's more going on, like a rogue faction of the Aegirians fighting against the decisions of what the leadership of the Aegirians is doing. Could be a lot of things. Could be a lot of things that are going on there, but that is definitely a teaser for a future story, and we'll get to that probably at some point. Yeah, that is Tidman in a nutshell. The guy appears and immediately starts teasing and dropping lore bombs. What a guy. And yeah, then we ended up on the scene that probably we all saw coming at this point. The old lady Viella. Yeah, that is definitely an appearance. She fused with the tree, with the contraption that Nasti has made there, and we shall see more about that in the coming cutscene. But yeah, that is definitely an appearance that she has. Very, very spooky appearance, honestly. Very spooky appearance. Funnily enough, and I'm not gonna spoil... I will not spoil from where, and I hope no one else is gonna spoil from where. I will tease, however, in recent times, there was another story in this game where we had an enemy that had a very similar appearance to Viella. Obviously not the same thing, but very closely, just visually inspired by each other, I would say. But yeah, that is that stage, and we move on to our next one, the boss battle stage, UR-8. Very quickly before I let you guys off into the stage and you get to see the cutscene, the battle will be included, of course. I just want to note that the battle that you're gonna be watching, because I was stupid and I forgot, even though I had time, I forgot to record an auto completion of the stage, so there would be just a clean run to watch. The footage that you're gonna be seeing is me clearing the stage for the first time. So there's gonna be some probably weird audio stuff here and there because my mic was open, but I'll cut out my mic because I was basically not saying anything during the whole thing, just clearing my throat here and there. So so if you hear dips in the audio, that's because I was probably just saying random shit in the background. Nothing important. Trust me, nothing important was lost. But yeah, the boss battle stage will be a recording of me beating the stage for the first time. Which was, I think, also the first attempt, which is very funny. Which is very, very funny. But anyway, stage number 8. Simply called Roosting Grounds. A foul beast sharpens its beak on the branches. It tilts its head to look down at the land, and someone there seems to be looking up at it. Report. All pods on the levitation layer are now connected to the detonation web, via people on the lower levels evacuating people from the square. People are very passionate about the exhibition. Things will take some time, but it will not delay our plans. We will detonate the levitation layer as soon as Propeller Paradise docks with the district. Any movement from Rhine? We've taken 23 into custody. A dozen are still at large on the platforms. We have control of the 8 observation points. Those people are going in and out of the exhibit area and the ropeway stations. No special Rhine equipment other than standard maintenance gear. They're just playing hide and seek? No plan B? Keep an eye on them. They don't know the details of Mainlander's plan, nor do they have any means of communication. Any last gasp effort is doomed to fail. Understood. The outline of Max DC, the most vibrant nomadic city in Columbia, is already visible from the ropeway station's waiting area. The agents have not had a chance to enjoy the view of Propeller Paradise until now. With an excellent visibility, all the elaborate facilities of the levitation layer are brimming with vitality. Pods float in mid-air like aquatic creatures. Floating botanical units line up orderly between small platforms, forming a power grid that supports the entire layer. Wait, where did you say Rhine's people were? Exhibit area and ropeway stations. Where exactly? Show me. Looking at their movements, there's no way they can reach the platform where the tree is, or other companies' pods. Could it be they're not trying to take back their turf at all? But Rhine's people, the testers, and the company reps, they all seem to be flying around blindly in the dark. What's the point of it all? The agent casts a casual glance at the nearest planting unit. The unremarkable Rhine creation stands quietly. He suddenly realizes that the warning lights on their edges are easily visible even during the day, and they have been blinking irregularly for quite a while now. Spotters report that all the Rhine people have disappeared from sight. No, they didn't disappear. They're going in the same direction. There's a pattern to their movement. Everybody listen up. Destroy all the planting units you see along the way. They're not decorations. Rhine is using them to communicate. Cut off the exhibit area from all the ropeway stations and find every one of those people playing hide and seek. Find out where they're heading. What on Terra are they thinking? You've been looking outside the window for a while. You said you must win your gamble, and you have a reason. Yes. I'm in the middle of a gamble too. I have a rough idea what's going on in Propeller Paradise, given the look on your face and the free fall that we just experienced. You wouldn't run this kind of risk with me for no reason, but there's nothing I can offer you now except You want the lucky Sisty Beast? You could say that. I want the contraband that Gordon Tennant sold you. Flashback. Coming to the broadcast room to bother me when you should be preparing your own speech. You sure have a thick hide, Mr. Tennant. I would have died a long time ago if all my enemies refused to work with me ever again. Work with you? I'm afraid I can't. Melander has a laundry list of violations that I committed during my career. I don't want to spend the rest of my days giving prison tours. Neither are you looking for a peaceful life. Besides, my proposal has something to do with Melander. There's no better vantage point than here on Propeller Paradise. Oakley's too excited to notice, but I doubt you would miss what's going on. Well, if I gotta say it, the broadcast screens of the levitation layer are switching too quickly. They say it's because they're doing testing, which I'm not convinced about. There are a dozen testers on the square who I don't recognize. They don't look like they're taking a stroll. They look like they're patrolling. Like they know that danger is impending. Are you trying to trick me into another plot? There's a plot afoot on Propeller Paradise, alright, that's a fact. It's also a fact that I won't let Gustavo make a mockery out of this place in front of all of Columbia. You have 10 seconds. Yes or no? What are the chances of success? 10%. Doesn't sound like a gamble you'd take. I don't have a choice with the old fox sitting across the table, holding all the cards. A plan almost certain to fail. Interesting. Tell me about it. I need you to convince as many people as possible to return to the levitation layer and retrieve the Originium equipment and arts units on this list. Huh. All contraband that you sold?
They have far more potential than just sitting under the spotlight.
You want to...
Escape, and take all of Propeller Paradise with me.
Gustava and Maylander never intended to allow the exhibition to go ahead. The opening ceremony was just a smokescreen. The levitation layer will fall a second time soon, but miracles don't happen a second time.
The lucky CCBs can't afford to start over.
Neither can most startups on Propeller Paradise.
Escape and take all of Propeller Paradise.
It's the only way to save both Propeller Paradise and the people on the lower level. Propeller Paradise has been traveling on the barren lands for 7 days. Fuel is short, and the plate is operating in safe mode. The basic propulsion module is not enough to change its direction.
But the arts unit that the lucky CCBs got was just a transformation stabilizer. It can't supply enough energy to turn a plate.
Correct. But it wasn't the only item the tenant smuggled.
You mean get all the contraband devices and build a makeshift propulsion module to make the plate deviate from its course?
Not deviate. Make an about face.
About face? Have you any idea what you're saying? It's the direction of the borders!
True. The procedures for cross-border travel is a little complicated.
It would be treason! No, I can't go to jail. People need to see Lucky Sister Beast on the broadcasts. My wife in Northfield needs to see it.
In the interest of full disclosure, I must inform you that people won't see Lucky Sister Beast on the broadcasts, whether we succeed or fail.
No.
I'm sorry, but I'm taking the unit, whether you give it up voluntarily or not. We don't have time.
What's the point? We can't even leave the pod.
Someone has unlocked it remotely.
What?
You see the floating botanical units outside the window? 3 flashes is a distress call. The current message is cycled after 5 continuous seconds of being lit. Right now. 3, 4, 5. 7 flashes. Looks like the other units on the list have been retrieved. Everyone is rendezvousing on platform 7. Wait! The light went out!
What does that mean?
It means Maylander knows what's up. We're in danger. Mr. Aspen, you can either come with me on your feet, or you can go to sleep right here, right now. People like us never get to choose, do we?
Sit down.
Gustava looks at the Sabra, who has butted heads with him for 7 years, who now stiffly sits on a chair like a potato wrapped in foil. He knows young officers well. They're angry, flamboyant, unhappy about everything, and frustrated about being restricted by rules. In the end, however, they all sit in the same chair that rectifies their young spine and become a proper member of the upper stratum of Columbian society, as Gordon Tannen will.
Once Maylander's plan succeeds, the broadcast room will switch over to cloud. Don't screw up. Put your usual attitude away. Sound sincere, devastated. It's the Propeller Paradise you built. It won't be hard to stir the appropriate emotions. Tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is going to be on the front page of every Columbian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? And stop staring at your little freak. I know. You don't want to be Propeller Paradise's sin eater, sharing the same spotlight as Nasti. But your little hodgepodge trinket isn't going to save you. So I'm sitting in Gordon Tannen's defendant seat. Yes. I can follow you to the DOD once I apologize, according to the script. Do as you're told, and you'll quickly rise through the ranks. Yeah, guess what? I don't give a shit. What? What was that? I don't like this seat. It makes my scales itch.
Broadcast countdown. Cloud Restaurant, stand by.
Broadcast? Now? Impossible. No movement on the levitation layer. Did Mainlanders screw up? Who's operating the broadcast?
3, 2, 1.
Do it. 5-4.
Yes, sir.
What? As the broadcast cuts to the Cloud Restaurant, Spacefin 054 leaps at an unprepared Gustave, pinning him to the ground. The screen in the restaurant lights up, and Gustave sees his own face, writhing in pain and shock. He knows that his face is being displayed on every screen in Propeller Paradise. His contingency plans flash before his eyes, but Mainlander's plan is in its final phase, leaving little room for distractions. His communicator lies in pieces on the ground, destroyed by Spacefin 054. Gordon stretches his neck and wrists, crushes the defended seat with his foot, and leisurely lies down on the sofa next to it. Oh, that felt good. By the way, tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is gonna be on the front page of every Columbian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? You... What? You didn't expect to be immobilized by a little hobby made to fuel sky fever? You're the elder statesman of ATAO, planning a new chapter at the Department of Defense. You made the rules of Columbia when you were young, and you continue to serve your country, even after your retirement. Woo-hoo-hoo. First rate, ain't you? Maybe you've grown into thinking that your enemies will always use the rules to fight back in smart and clever ways. Did you forget that Gordon Tannen is a bandit who never gives a shit about the rules? A piece of trash obsessed with his toys? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You don't even recognize 5-4, even though I didn't change its voice module.
Hello. Bearer of alcohol, tobacco, arts units, and originium at your service. To check the progress of an application, press 1. To report a safety risk, press 2. To be connected to an operator, press 0.
An ATAO answering machine? I said Spacefin 054 wasn't a rich man's cigar, and I won't be smug just because it obeys the rules I set down. 7 years ago, I sat on a tiny chair that made my ass hurt, writing my first self-reflection letter late at night, wondering if I should quit. Answering machine 054 started giving off an unusual noise, and I racked my brains trying to figure out the problem. I started studying every arts unit and originium device that passed through my hands, just to give 5-4 the ability to operate, communicate, and think on its own. You think the hundreds of self-reflection letters I wrote were the symbol of my submission, but 5-4 is the real culmination of my 7 years at ATAO. You're full of crap! You didn't learn the tricks of bureaucracy for your little invention! You think I've never seen you negotiate or threaten? Arrogant, vain, ambitious, I know them when I see it! I can hear shadows of my own speeches even now, as you're talking to me. I never thought I was perfect. Maybe I will never be able to get rid of the bad habits that I learned from you. They disgust me, but they were mistakes. My only mistake was to define my transactions as smuggling. I shouldn't have allowed myself to accept the rules that have taken form. Rules that don't make sense. Foolish boy, you don't understand what's at stake. Listen, old slug. I don't care what high and mighty reasons you have. Propeller Paradise isn't supposed to be a breeding ground of war. Sure, kinetic engines and high-powered arts units could become powerful weapons, but what they're supporting now is the dream of life in the sky. Until Propeller Paradise docks with the district, I'm its chief executive, the man who built this little piece of heaven that still has a semblance of freedom. I will decide whether it should be destroyed or whether it should escape. Take his passcode, 5-4.
Yes, sir.
It's no use. The central control console is locked. You can't stop the plate from docking with the district, even if you have my passcode. Who said anything about stopping? What? I said escape. Not only did the former head of ATO not disable his passcode when he retired, he used the security access it granted to disable the urban identification code system on the Columbian border. Cool, isn't it? You're going to commit treason for this stupid, pointless children's playground? You were right. You didn't learn a single thing from me. Let me remind you that Propeller Paradise is running out of fuel. You can't operate the plate's steering system, and you don't have enough energy. Even when you're pinned to the ground by the robot I built, you somehow manage to forget that I've always been an inventor. I hope they deliver the goods on time.
Platform 7, Propeller Paradise Experimental Park. The sound of rotary motors has never been so clear. The skies are clear. Overly pristine, self-cleaning artificial clouds combine with natural clouds to form a wondrous scene, but the people on the platforms are oblivious to it. Some 50 Propeller Paradise guards and Mainlander agents block off every passage and cable connections, forming an impregnable cordon lined with their bodies and weapons. Beneath their feet, the classical black and white tiles form a chessboard, the two sides separated by a 10-meter-long open-air passage. The eyes of the agents are fixed on the support platform on the other side of the passage. The Rhine staff and testers who had at one point disappeared from sight now assemble there. Platform 7. The analysis was correct. This is where the hide-and-seek converges. Our people are ready, but there are more of them than expected. They took out our guys in the broadcast room. The intel was not accurate. We're putting in everyone we have. Strength in numbers alone isn't enough. Be on your guard. They have an advantage when it comes to new weapons and the lay of the land. Propeller Paradise is about to dock with DC. Do not let anyone pass. Use force if necessary. I'll take responsibility. Yes, sir. 6 elite squads. We have numbers, but the guys on the other side are, hard to tell people to keep going when they're exhausted. Get the word out to the others, Yelena. Anyone who is too tired to move, give someone else their core components. Pick up any hover unit and stay behind to guard the support platform. You're betting on them being wary about unknown new products? I hope it works. Made it. Are you sure you want to go this way when it's like this? Yes, this is the only way to Cloud. Take my parachute. Things might get dangerous.
What about you?
Me?
Fern gazes at the Mainlander blockade with interest, as though she's going to meet an old rival. The camera drones left Platform 7 half an hour ago. Nothing that is about to happen here will be seen in the broadcast room. Everyone knows that conflict is inevitable. Neither side wants to delay. Their eyes are fixed on each other. Everyone is waiting for a sign.
My tour is waiting for my signal.
Suddenly, a yellow and black warning flag is raised. A young feline woman leaps out from the crowd, loudspeaker in hand.
The first day I snuck onto Propeller Paradise, a kind guy told me that no one in this place can be stopped, if even the sky is no longer off limits. From the exhibits to the Rhine Lab, I memorized every strange and curious invention, the complex ideas behind them, and hundreds of thousands of words of descriptions. I could tell you who made the flying toaster above our heads, its model, and the generation. I could go on and on about how wonderful they are, but to be completely honest, I find the levitating plates less interesting than the sunset of bleached wasteland. Then I remembered what my father used to say to me. A story is always more interesting than an explanation. I've had many frustrating experiences in the years that I've worked as an independent guide. There's nothing wrong with seeking truth, but many people subconsciously disparage exaggeration, inspiration, and dreams yet to come true. I swore I would never again label things that I've never seen for myself as impossible and laugh at my own family with my neighbors, as I did a few years ago. It was not until the day that my father died that I truly understood what he said. If Propeller Paradise needed a guide, I would rather tell the people of Columbia about the people I met here, about their stories. Rice bush.
Huh?
A cobbler from Bunker Hill, whose dream was to leave a footprint on each of the twin moons, so that anyone who looks up with a telescope would see his shop's logo on the shoe prints.
There's no bigger billboard than the sky, after all.
Oh, and Fredericks.
I'm here.
Hardware store owner who wants to put his own screw on the second Rhine Lab and earn a spot for his family when space colonization becomes a reality.
Hey, never hurts to be prepared for the future.
Aspen.
I'll tell it myself.
Aspen, grocer from Northwell. After being tricked into taking out exploitative loans, I divorced my wife and left home, so the creditors wouldn't go after my family. My wife and I came up with the Lucky Sissy Beast together. We haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. She was worried sick when I left. I promised that the name Lucky Sissy Beast would be on TV, so that she'd know I'm safe. Now I know that the exhibition was one big fat lie. But I wanted her to at least see this red balloon with the Lucky Sissy Beast logo on it, even if all the pods crash. Aspen, and all of you, the things we want, whether they're based in reality or just a pipe dream, whether they're the result of blind conformity or superstition, they're much more important than Mainlander and Gustave think they are. Run! Jump! Fly! We'll overcome everything that tries to block our path and change us without ever trying to understand us. We're the ones who'll decide Propeller Paradise's path.
Fern dashes forward like a foul beast, loudly blasting her signal as the rest of the pack follows behind, charging at the Mainlander blockade. Exhibits fly over the heads of the pushing and squeezing crowd, carrying all kinds of contraband towards the sky. Absurd and flying free.
Phew, finally out of the woods. Good work, guys. We just have to hang in there a little longer. 34 contraband core components, all intact. Looks like the landing module works quite well. My work is almost done. All that's left is to deliver this to Gordon. Hope all is well on his side. Next...
Put it down. Turn around.
You're Gustav's science consultant. What are you doing here?
Outside the window, the pinnacle of the DC government office and the Columbian flag are already visible. Gordon's eyes are fixed on the bottom left of the broadcast as the red dot on the map gets closer and closer to the district plate. According to the plan, the devices on the list should have been delivered to Cloud more than 10 minutes ago. He forces himself to not look at the door. Gustavo is bound to notice any sign of anxiety. The plan isn't going the way you expected it, is it? You're calmer than I expected. Being willing to take risks is not a bad thing, but you're not good enough at assessing risk. You didn't have time to prepare a plan B for your reckless plan A. All of you will pay a heavy price if it fails. And what's your plan B? It's all good and well to rediscover your confidence, but never forget who you're competing with. I told you that getting carried away will cause you to overlook fatal flaws. What do you mean? You're late. I was delayed. You're a science consultant. More than just a science consultant. I needed insurance for my plan. The tall, dark Kuranta walks towards Gordon, the box holding 34 originium devices safely contained by protective material seems almost weightless in his hands. He lifts his arm and hands the box over to Gordon. What you wanted. Thanks. What are you doing? I learned a lot from you. Of course I knew what your trump card was. A rival to provoke competition. A scientific consultant with both brains and brawn. A fair and impartial outsider to give legitimacy to the hearing and plan. Too bad you picked the wrong guy. Quick flashback. Gramophone made from the tentacles of fossilized seaborn, decorative or specifically functional. Oh, it's for... I see. Automatic tuning with the seaborn sound-producing structures. The grooves on the edge indicate that the designer even tested whether seaborn adjust their biostructure based on the music. An interesting idea. Where does this golden skeletal hand come from? The one on the wall is from Sarga. It forms a pair with the heavily corroded one on the shelf, doesn't it? The construction of the joints and the level of wear and tear indicates that it originated from the western deserts of Sargon. This ruined dagger is a familiar face. They were supposed to be a pair. I got it from a Sami snow priest who said a pair of lovers put a curse on it with their blood. It's driven by witchcraft and cuts through iron like butter. I know. The other one was once impaled in my heart. It no longer cuts through iron like butter, but it's still good enough to carve a walking stick. Mr. Consultant, I apologize for any offense I might have caused, and I understand your desire for recompense. But I don't have time. I brought you here for a serious purpose. If we take off part of the structure of the gramophone and combine it with the sensor module on the metal skeletal hand, we might create a new type of voice-guided navigation model. That witchcraft-driven blade can serve as a low-loss needle, and here, this high-powered Originium internal combustion engine, legal only in Rim Billiton, can provide 30 times the power of standard Columbian equipment. If only we can find a Victorian transformation stabilizer, which is no longer in production, and a locus of sorcery that was once seen on the Columbian barren lands, we'd almost have all the parts necessary to put together the initial core assembly of a nomadic plate's mobility layer. You know what I'm planning to do? Trying to modify an entire plate's power source with a single device is extremely risky, but not impossible. You're not one of Gustavus' guys. Who are you? You're the one who said you don't have time. The real question is, what do you need me to do? Gordon glares at the Kuranta standing at the center of the collection room. The Kuranta recognized all Gordon's collections, saw through all Gordon's thoughts, and nonchalantly reeled a glimpse into his own past, as though he had pursued death across the land. To Gordon, the Kuranta seems to stroll through the halls of his thoughts, like a king that knows nothing and everything. Once again, the spikes on the Savra's tail rise up on their ends, swaying conspicuously. This time, it is not because he is on guard, but because of the excitement of victory being in sight. How's the stability of the power unit? It will last no more than 3 days, or 1 day and a half, if fuel is insufficient. Good enough. You don't actually plan on driving it out of Columbia. You don't think I would shit on everyone's future for a grudge? That's what you want people to think, to allow you to protect as many people as possible. Is that so? Treason is a serious crime. You should look at my file. I've got enough charges against me as it is. Come, help me take these stuff to the control room. The wings of a foul beast, the horn of a burden beast, the teeth of a mangler beast, the hide of a sand beast, and the blood of a back beast. What would happen if you took something from 34 creatures and put it all together? Sharp, weird, chaotic, dangerous, malicious. These are the thoughts that flash through Gordon's mind as he gazes upon the power unit he just created. But he is also filled with excitement that threatens to drive him mad. The plate's original power system has been turned off. The device is now connected. You may now decide the course of Propeller Paradise. I swore an oath when I got my transfer notice. I will be the one who lights the fire of everything new on Propeller Paradise. I will do everything I can to make even the stupidest ideas come true. No one would ever feel the pain I felt at ATAO to be forced to admit their own uselessness in rules set by others. No, I'm still the one who lights the fire, except I'm doing it to the engine of Propeller Paradise and let it run into the empty wilderness. Gordon grabs the fierce-looking lever on the power unit and takes a deep breath. Say goodbye to Max DC, Propeller Paradise!
Tin Man, that Fern is leading a group on Platform 7.
I see it through the monitors.
Looks like Tannen got one up on Gustav at Cloud. Hearing from the guys monitoring the Rhine tree, Nasti has broken through the blockade. Our guys are trying to follow her, but they're being blocked by something that feels like Sarka's witchcraft.
Well, send a team over and get the situation under control. I'll deal with matters on the Rhine side. Looks like we're going to meet an old friend, Larry, Curly, and Mo. A mad Banshee on the brink of death might be a bit of a headache to deal with. As for you, Mary, you can choose to stay here or help our colleagues outside.
You should stay a little longer.
Hey, you three.
Tin Man hears no answer from his revenant friends. All Curly is blithely waving a stick and dancing an impromptu tap dance. Big Larry lies on top of Mercia's head with tears in his eyes, recalling memories of who knows what. As for little Mo, he is howling and yelling, and Tin Man can hear... He seems to think he's back in Casdell, taking out a revolver and emptying it into the elder revenant, trying to stuff him into the furnace.
My legs are numb, and I'm a little dizzy.
Perhaps you've been lax about your exoskeleton maintenance.
This brain isn't supposed to rust. Your arts have improved considerably, huh? You meant to drag these three into the whirlpool of memory, even though old Curly had confiscated the projector. Or was it dumb luck? Did all the memories of their overly long lives make it easier for you to manipulate?
It will take a long time to play through the movies of your lives, even at 320 times speed, not to mention all the moments that need to be paused and replayed. I apologize.
You understand that the effectiveness against me is limited.
Yes, I'm sure you'll break free of the shackles quite soon. I've read the Hoheliac reports. She could not fully incapacitate you, even after lopping your head off. Therefore, all I can do is stall for as much time as possible and delay your intervention.
You're an outstanding agent, Mary. You've always been doing an admirable job, helping people forget what they should, be it through arts or other means. But this is the wrong time, and you've chosen the wrong target.
You told me not to forget my family name. I've never forgotten. Any Celine who grew up in that old house would never forget.
The orphanage of Mainlander Celine, predecessor of the Foundation.
It was our home. We truly considered Mr. Celine our grandfather when we were little. Do you know what my most vivid memory of him is? When I was 8, I came home from school one day to find a doll that should have been in my room, spinning in the middle of the garden, watering the grass around it. It was the only thing I had that reminded me of my mother. I don't remember her face, but I remember her thimbles gleaming under the lamp when she sewed the doll for me. Grandpa turned it into a sprinkler without a single word to me, as though the doll was always meant to do that. The children who grew up with me all have similar stories. You were Grandpa's best friend. You know that, to the founding father of the Federation, there are only new things in Columbia, the youngest nation on Terra, rising out of the frontiers. The only reason for all things to stay is to be used for pioneering. It didn't matter if we were Victorian emigrants or Gaulish refugees, whether we were children of debtors or criminals. Grandpa wanted us to become the children of Columbia, become Celines. That was the only reason for our existence. However, that's exactly why I can't accept what's happening right now and take it for granted.
What do you mean?
I can't begin to imagine what you experienced in the long course of history. The Mainlander Foundation, the President, the Vice President, they all have more things to think about. I've seen the analyses on Casimirsian power armor. They've reverse engineered the technology of the Gaulish View Vanguard, achieving results that surpass the transmitter using the flesh and blood of knights. I've read the textbooks of Lethanian basic arts tactics courses. It will not be a surprise if, in a decade, every citizen of Lethanian is a soldier, as is the case for Laterano. I can understand why Mainlander thinks Columbia is falling behind, and how a timely arms race could bring us back on the right track. Judging by the standards that Grandpa taught me so many times, there is nothing more efficient from the perspective of national development. It's not that I don't understand these fallacies. Indeed, if I was asked to deal with these problems, I would draw a blank, and I would be able to do little else but cry. But I just can't take it for granted. Not now. If orphans like us, who had nowhere to go, could all become children of Columbia, then why should a mother who walked 1,000 miles in search of her daughter, a merchant who put everything on the line so that his wife would not be hounded by creditors and testers who are simply trying to earn a living, why should they be sacrificed for the sake of Columbia's progress? My job is to make people forget. But this time, you decided to pay a price for Columbia's progress. You shouldn't be allowed to forget. You should remember the lives and dreams that were part of the sacrifice. Don't think of it as no big deal.
Nasti gazes at the indistinct figure within the winding branches, the figure of her mother. Viola's limbs have been replaced by gray-white branches, bark climbing up her clothes, and skin like scales, printing countless indistinct visages. Glowing resin pours down like a waterfall, obscuring her face. Many desperate hands reach out from within, clutching her throat like clutching at straws. Both the tree and the person within seem almost unrecognizable. There is only one thing that Nasti can be sure of. This was not a natural occurrence.
You merged with the tree?
Falling. I see your road back falling, collapsing. I must make sure you can go home. My incantation could not reach the broken path, but the roots of this roosting tree will. I harmed it.
Unravel.
Nasti's incantation goes unanswered.
The tree's design was based on the grammar of the Banshees. It remains flawed in many ways, but it has never before rejected my incantation, yet now...
The branches continue to spread around Viola, dragging her floating silhouette towards Nasti, bit by bit.
Please, Viola, stop. Let me analyze what's happened to you.
Nasti's plea goes unanswered too. All Viola does is ask questions,
in an urgent, trembling voice.
There's no mystical pulp outside the valley. How do you polish your feather horns, Nasti? I never taught you incantations, but it looks like you've learned it on your own. A kind of imitation. How did you... and your bone pen, your...
That's not important, Viola. What I need to know is what happened to you here.
Not important.
Viola is suddenly silent, and the creeping branches come to a standstill. An instant later, they start to spread in the opposite direction, encroaching upon what is left of Viola. Diffusion is progressing?
This roosting tree has shared your memories with me. Where you went, what you did. It can share more important things. I saw you dig for answers in the great library of the Lich for days and nights. You ruined your eyesight, but the curmudgeon Fremont kicked you out in the end. I should have told him that you were never a foolish child. It was because of me. I saw you bind your horns and attach foul beast feathers to them every day, just to sneak into the city of the Sancta to find food. But it was bad for your horns. That's why the one on the right stopped growing, isn't it? I saw you sleep on metal scaffolds where there were no leaves to give you shade. You didn't build a treehouse either, just used a simple metal plate. How could anyone sleep like that? Do you get sick?
Nasti listens to her go on and on. The voice is distorted, barely recognizable, but the words of concern are familiar. Viola used to say these things when they lived in the Convalis. Nasti realizes that she is not looking at a problem that needs to be solved, nor a patient who needs to be treated. She is looking at a worried mother who needs to be understood. Nasti lowers her bone pen.
Fern told me how you looked like when she found you. There were burns from arts, holes from bullets, and gashes from sandstorms all over you. You walked the path that I once did, only harder, and more painfully. You could have died. You should have stayed in the Convalis. There was nothing more I could do for the valley, for La Keramalin, for the children. You've already done so much. The lies you weaved for the sake of all the Banshees. I knew it. They couldn't fool you. I began to sense that something was off soon after you brought me to the Convalis. I've kept the lie going for 200 years. This was my greatest achievement as custodian of the valley, and my greatest sin. 200 years? Do you mean that war? Yes. The king of Sarkas at the time was old and foolish. It was not just the royal courts. Even outsiders thought they could turn him into a puppet and thus control all Sarkas. It was already a bad year. Catastrophe raked the land once. Then the Alliance's guns raked it again. green feline appeared on the horizon, leading a wall of steel that stretched as far as the eye could see. Which were the Steam Knights? Which were the Spire Casters? And which were the View Vanguard? I couldn't tell. I don't know when they learned to build ships of steel and tubes that breathed fire. All I remember is that the towering Wendigos could only whimper as they were crushed beneath the ships, and our kin fell burning from the sky like broken kites. No one who heard the wailing that day would ever forget.
The wailing of the Banshees.
We couldn't tell if we were delivering death or delivering the dead. All we could do was wail and howl, hardly able to put together a single coherent elegy. There were less than 1,000 of us left when the Allied forces withdrew from Kazdel. Half of us had lost our voices. Because of our nature, the Banshees have never missed a single war of the Sarkas, but such losses were unprecedented. I survived by sheer chance and left the blood-soaked land of sorrows, trying to find a place where life still remained.
Deacon Wallace?
Deacon Wallace. The vast mist lake separates it from the outside. The seasons come to a still in the Golden Woods. It is a quiet place, one that seemed like it didn't belong to the Sarkas.
There is nothing that should belong to the Sarkas.
Yes, we believed it at the time. Me, Lakeramalin, and the new king chosen by the crown. We believed in a new life for the Sarkas. Lakeramalin and I took our remaining kin into the Convalis, built a dock by Mist Lake, and built our court in the forests. For the first time, we added symbols of life into the song of the Banshee, guided the trees to bear rich fruit, and the vines to weave themselves into bridges with incantations. For the first time, the Banshees settled in a single place. They no longer had to sleep with only the night sky as their blanket, traveling from one death to another. But tokens from outside soon came flying in like snowflakes.
Tokens announcing death.
Yes.
Not even Theresa and Theresis could solve the problems left behind by war overnight.
Yes. Death lingers long after the smoke has cleared. We made dried fruits out of our first harvest. It was barely enough for a few hundred Banshees to make it through the coldest month of winter. But the tokens in my room, the murky blood crystals of the vampires, tattered shrouds of the Nazarers, the shriveled, frozen hearts that die become. They soon piled higher, much higher than our dried fruit. I knew that if we went out to deliver the dead at that time, we would return to our old path. But the catalyst for change was one with the lives of thousands upon thousands in war.
So you made a choice on behalf of all the Banshees.
had the choice, I convinced Lakeramalin. I concealed all the tokens announcing death coming from outside. Occasionally, a Banshee might leave the Convalis to deliver our kin, but I chose the people carefully and sparingly. Lakeramalin faced much criticism outside. For a long time, we believed that we could cast aside our nature and lead a different life. If the Banshees could do it, so could all Sarkas. Even if the price was that the owners of the tokens would never find their way to the myriad souls. Even if the price was that the Banshees, having violated their nature, are swallowed by a lifetime of emptiness, destined to endure a long and painful journey of forgetting upon their deathbed. 200 years passed. 200 years we had endured until I met you.
That's why I had to leave. How many deaths did you tell the others about each month? More people die in Kazdal every day. You could fool the others, but you knew that I knew from the beginning.
Lakeramalin was right. You were too smart, and you grew up in Kazdal. I could not have fooled you, but I hoped you could live in the Convalis. Not just because your mother was one of the many thousands of souls that I turned a blind eye to. Not just because I owed you a happy childhood for failing to respond to the last wish in time, but also because I hoped that the Convalis, the sanctuary that was built in the hope of seeking a new life for the Sarkas, would at least be able to take in a child from outside after 200 years. I took the child who was most likely to expose my lie in as my daughter.
You carefully kept me away from other Banshees. Ultimately, your hopes for the Convalis fell through.
I made many mistakes in my life, but there is none that I regret more than your departure. You were always a smart girl. I thought about it many times, that if I had told you the truth about things, you would have understood and played along whatsoever. If that was the case, then perhaps you wouldn't have.
No, I would have left regardless. I remember the day we parted. You called out to me. I didn't turn around, but I looked down at the water. There was no wind on Mist Lake that day. The boat sailed across the water like a knife cutting through a piece of paper. I saw your face clearly, reflected in the still water. You wept when I said I was leaving, but let out a sigh of relief, so small, so imperceptible, that perhaps you didn't even notice it yourself. Deep down, you wanted me to leave, didn't you? We were co-conspirators in the parting. Haven't you realized it, Viola? It is the Convalis, not me, that is truly your daughter. You discovered it, and trusted the Sarkas' future to it, and built it with pavilions and boats, fruits and cakes. Your love for it grew as time passed.
There were two reasons why you brought me back to the Convalis. To make amends for the price you paid for it, and to verify whether it has grown the way you hoped it would. My departure brought relief, because the one who could expose the fragile lie that ties the Convalis together left. But my departure also brought anguish, because it proved that the valley could not carry the burden you hoped it would, even after 200 years. It was too fragile to accept a child who grew up in Kasdal, much less become the future abode of all Sarkas.
Nasti, don't.
Do you know the answer, Viola? You left the Convalis, came here, and merged with this tree, which is like the roosting tree, yet different. Did you do it for me? For yourself? Or simply out of obsession? What are you running from, Viola? Are you running from death? From the failure of the Convalis? Or from the fact that you are dying and there is nothing else you can do for the Convalis' failure? Tell me, help me understand, and put an end to this error.
ここまでついてこなくていいから、見張りのために木に登ってるだけだよ。少しは真面目にやらないとね。私、目を大きく開けたままでいる。美味しいよ。流れに沿いて行きなさい。ちょっと言いにくいんだけど、私が巻き起こし主の祝福があらんことを。
この防衛は
現には3つの選択や、敵には3種。どうせ死ぬなら道連れにしてやる。ハイボルテージバラージュ。
この老骨、わしの守護する者は誰にも揺るがせん。
これはただの工事の騒音なのね。
ご命令。現には3つの選択や、敵には3種の苦難があります。ハロー。美味しいよ。現には3つの選択や、敵には3種の苦難があります。今から戦い方がどうしても出撃前の最終アイドルのイメージ。今こんなのどうでもいい。
おっかえ誰一人として倒させはせん。
現には3つの選択や、敵には3種の苦難があります。どの矢を使えたの？キャンディはいかが？体の匂いをごまかすんだ。取れたつらら。近くにでかいやつも。
行目標の再確認は不要だ。すでに作業を始めている。
折れたつらら近くにでかいやつがいる。
プロセスエラー。よく聞け。これはただの工事の騒音なのか。
念のためもう一回聞くけど、ゴスペルロックンロール。今からだって矢切りってこれ刀じゃない。マリア、ありゃ主の祝福があらんこと。
わしの守護する者は誰にも揺るがせん。
水でこたつに使うように。一発で仕留める。
テープに足を取られないようにね。
ベルスディオ・ボーレント。罠を仕掛けじっと待つ。
計画の綿密さも残念。私には魂の乱数しか聞こえない。
まだ挨拶するには早いわよ。まだ雪に埋もれてないか。ついさっきまでここのイベントにたくさんベルスディオ・ボーレント。まだ雪に埋もれてないふう。ついさっきまでここにいた。
プロセスエラー。万物の死の執着ではない。
キャンディーをいかくやるのか。形をなすか。リーダー、真っ先に呼んでくれるって信じてたよ。一発で仕留める。出撃前に矢切りってこれ刀じゃない。ゴスペルロックンロール。
No sudden moves. You know, I'm sure we can talk about this like reasonable people. All the rioters are here. We shut them in the lower level jail. We'll hand them to the courts when we arrive in DC. It's almost time. Double check your parachutes unless you want to end up in a puddle. What? Did someone press the detonate button early? Impossible! We're less than a kilometer from the district. Wait, the government buildings are getting smaller. We're moving away from the capital? Looks like events are moving faster than your plans can catch up, aren't they? You never intended to stop the explosion. You were just stalling for time for the plate to turn? Did you think we had the means to go toe-to-toe with well-trained units? Events moving faster than the plans can catch up. Change of plans. Lower level, evacuate by the planned routes. Upper level, protect the civilians around you and prepare to parachute. Point 0. Detonate. What's going on? The broadcast has gone dark. Are the screens outside getting a signal? You're still thinking about the broadcast? Didn't you hear the Emergency Management Council's evacuation warning? A serious accident has occurred in the levitation layer. All floating facilities will fall from the sky in less than 10 minutes. Hurry up and get yourself to the emergency shelters. fall? From the sky? Oakley looks up to see hundreds of floating pods turn into fireballs in the sky, barring the clear skies with smoke and ash. Without the gentle touch of sunlight, the cloud-like pods turn back into chunks of metal, crashing down on the lower level. Look out! That was a close call. Thanks. You're a tester. Which company? I don't remember you. Now is not the time for introductions, Oakley. These streets are exposed. You risk getting hit by falling debris. You should go into an emergency shelter quickly. All right. Falling. Tumbling down. Fern's heart is beating so hard, she feels like it might escape her ribcage at any moment. She tries her best to control her breathing. The straps on the sides of the helmet slap her face, inflicting just enough pain to fend off the fear of falling. In an instant, the signal from the detonator travels through the connected conduits, igniting all the floating facilities at the same time. Fern leaps from platform 7 before it loses all power. The falling pod streaks past Fern like a black meteor. The bright colored paint is burned off the advertisements, and melted cables flail in the air, giving off a bitter smell of tar. The whole levitation layer sways meekly in the air like a deflated balloon. Lucky Sissy Beast, One Boot, Beach Brella. Fern watches these company logos fall together with her. Now this is a scene that rivals the sunset in the bleached wasteland, she thinks. Pull the parachute, Fern! Oops, almost forgot. The updraft lifts the feline's slender frame. The parachutes come together to form a massive cloud. Did we do it? The people on the ground don't know what's happening. It must be a shock for them to see their investments and products turn to ash.
They're safe at least. The pieces of the levitation layer would have fallen on top of their heads if the plates didn't turn around. Besides, they'll never find out that they were scheming and plotting to stop them from dreaming.
Where do we go next?
You could certainly go back to Northville to see your wife.
Sure. What about after that?
After that? Let's talk about that when we get back to standing on terra firma and looking up at the sky.
The light of burning fire illuminates the people's faces, but there is little regret in their hearts as they gaze upon Propeller Paradise, now beyond recognition. The remains of Propeller Paradise are scattered across the barren lands between the district and the plate, like gifts that have been returned. Fern closes her eyes in relaxation as she comes back down to earth with Paradise. The elderly banshees and her kin were like broken kites as they fell burning from the sky in that war 200 years ago. Now though, she is like a kite that has too many strings attached, the branches and roots tugging at her as she floats in midair. A kite nothing could ever ruin, as she had wished.
The Roosting Tree. That was the name I gave it. I built huts beneath it and made it the abode of every banshee. But all I felt was fear when Lakaramalin brought me to its roots. It was like a great void that could not be illuminated by the moons, by candles, or by fireflies. It was still and silent, sucking away my memory a little bit at a time. I could smell decay in the darkness, a decay that we could not reverse. Not even the children of soil and stone could. It was a constant reminder of how pathetic the Convalis was. At the end, Lady Theresa and Lord Thereses found a future for the Sarkas through war and death. Meanwhile, Fennel continues to seek a new future for the Banshees. But me and my valley, it is nothing more than a failed sanctuary that quietly awaits death. And there's nothing more I can do for it.
So you ran away from the roosting tree? Ran away from death? Why here, though?
Everywhere outside the Convalis was the same. Grey and chaotic. Impossible to navigate. There was only one path that I remembered. Those unfamiliar names that you said. Lethanian, Laterano, Columbia. I followed the names, followed your scent, not knowing to what end the path led, and what I would do there. I just didn't want the tree to turn me into an empty husk.
But you chose to go into another tree.
I was filled with sorrow when I saw that you planted another roosting tree here. When I felt the spread of decay, I thought you were going to repeat our mistakes. Even if we couldn't save the Convalis' roosting tree, I wanted to do something for this one. Even if all I could do was stay its decay and save you from sorrow for a while. But when I saw it with my own eyes, I realized there was nothing I could do for it, but it could save me. The roosting tree only takes memories, but this one shares. It shares the story of the Convalis and of your journey. It makes me feel that I'm alive. I'm sorry, Nasti. I had fused with the tree before I stopped the path from collapsing. Once again, I deceived you.
That's why you're so lucid. That's why the tree rejects my incantations. You rewrote its grammar and changed its operating logic. It keeps you alive, and you keep it running, even though neither of you are what you used to be. You're like a program that relies on a bug to keep running.
Bug? Program?
Like a withered tree that relies on a parasitic vine to remain standing.
It's not so bad, is it? If this can keep it from withering, then I've finally done something useful. For you, for the Banshees, for Sarkas. I can bring it back to the Convalis. Bring you back.
That would be pointless.
Why? Why is the tree not responding to me?
That means it's working.
The outer casing of the device Nasti is carrying on her belt falls away with a crack. Paper tapes pour out, laying themselves out around her as though following an invisible blueprint, forming an elaborate and organized framework.
The tapes are filled with tiny holes that represent incantations, coming together to build Nasti's unique language and safeguard her unique rules, rejecting the anarchic spread of the branches. I said I must understand before I can put an end to this error. Now, I do.
Nasti raises her pen and writes down a function, an incantation.
Reconstruct. Oh, the memories that the tree shared with me. They're disappearing. Nasti. Nasti! What are you doing? Wiping the preloaded data in the tree. All that it shared with you was only temporary data for experimentation. I know that you don't want to forget, but what you truly want to remember and retain are not these hodgepodge data put together for experiments. Even if it's so, please don't make the last thing I see be the sight of you destroying your life's work. You've walked such a long road and suffered so much for it. To you, the Convalis was your life's work, but I've never had one. I have a goal. This tree is the means to it. My judgment of it is not based on how much I committed to it, only whether it can achieve my goal. You hoped that fusing with it would keep it from withering, but not withering won't make it any more useful. Just like the roosting tree of the Convalis. I don't want to be cruel, but the roosting tree never truly consoled the dying. It is no more than a simple Phoebe tree bent under the weight of incantations. It's native to the genus Phaeobopsis in the family of Targangulus Cimarbocea, and its wood is commonly used for buildings in southeast Terra. I had an elf colleague verify its nature after I joined Rhine Lab. It became the roosting tree of the Convalis because you saw it as a symbol and mourned its change. It has withered because it has reached the end of its natural lifespan. That is all? Even the colors that run through its branches is barely the result of exposure to incantations over the years. I don't remember how it used to look anymore. But Nasti, if it's truly so, why does your tree look so much like the roosting tree? Because it reminds me of you. Just as you think of me. Do you know why I planted this tree? I remember the day we parted. You were calling to me, but I didn't turn back, because some words can no longer be said once you see the other person's face. But I couldn't help but look at your face reflected in the water. I wanted to remember how you looked. New tears flow across the lines made by old ones, as though it was a fixture on your face. I spent more than a decade with you in the Convalis. I never saw you with tear marks on your face. Life in the valley was good. I would have chosen the Convalis over Castle every time. 100 times over. But Viola, was there a single moment that you weren't in pain over the course of your 200 years in the Convalis? At first I thought I could wipe away your tears and make you smile with simple methods. You spent the whole day wiping my face with Mr. Bulbul. It was only later that I learned why you were in pain. The source of your pain was the decision, the lie, The kin who suffered because they defied their nature. The kindred who could not return to the myriad souls because there was no one to deliver them. They were the source of your pain. To solve your problem, I must solve the problems of the Banshees, the problems of the Sarkas. The answer lies outside the Convalis, outside Kazdal, in a place that I don't know. As I indulged in such fantasies, I saw you and I sail in the sky.
The reflected sky.
It was a calm, windless day, but suddenly the water rippled without warning, wiping away the eternal tear marks on your face. You almost looked like you were smiling. And so I began to think about the sky whenever I thought about how to make you smile. Perhaps the sky is where we can find our sanctuary, an abode for our souls. The Sarkas' promised land could also be in the sky.
All the things you did. This tree in the sky.
That's where it all began. Access security camera image.
Falling like a broken kite.
Looks like Mainlanders successfully carried out their plan. The entire capital will bear witness to the fall of Propeller Paradise. But the tremors came from the ground plate. Did Gordon?
Will we fall too?
Not sure. I've undone diffusion and reset the tree, restoring it to an operable state. But the tree itself is not yet complete.
At least, save yourself, Nasti.
3 years ago, Athanel added a condition to my hypotheses when he delivered the myriad souls. 2 years ago, a friend split the sky and showed me the path to the future. But I'm still one step away from the answer. What is to come will depend on whatever we find it. But I'm still one step away from the answer. What is to come will depend on whether we find it.
Everything has fallen. The sky is empty.
Yes, the sky has always been empty. It is we who must fill it. For you, Viola, I don't think the answer is in the sky. It's in you. I can hear the roars, the hatred, the cries that surround you.
The kin I delivered, or failed to deliver. Vampires, Noctes, Jai, and Banshees.
I've wiped all the preloaded temporary experiment data from the tree. It's your own frustration, rage, and sorrow that binds you now, like every Banshee that you sent away the last 200 years, like every Sarkas that returned to the myriad souls since the beginning of time. That is why our people are made empty by painful oblivion. That is why the myriad souls are always roaring, always angry, always wailing. But if we leave behind residues of information in death, and the myriad souls are merely the collective of such residues, why shouldn't it be joy and song that remains? Does our nature prevent it? No. To process residues of information, build a server. If coverage of the ground isn't enough, raise it into the sky. Not just a sanctuary for the living. The tree will become an abode for the departed as well. This time, however, We decide what we leave behind. Perhaps it wasn't function that the tree was missing. It was a command, a decision, a sincere wish. Tell me the answer, Viola. What is it that you truly want to leave behind? The tree. I will preserve that memory for you. Oblivion will never claim what you want to leave behind. I don't know. You don't know. At first, I just wanted to save our kin from pain, from anger, from sorrow. But I no longer know how that can be achieved. If neither the Colbalis nor the roosting tree could accomplish it, is there any meaning in leaving anything behind? Viola.
Nasti wanted to do something, say something, but no sound comes out from her lips. She is normally not one to deal with hypotheticals, but she could not help but think, if she finished the tree and took her people to the sanctuary in the sky sooner, would her mother have had a comforting memory to cling to? Hundreds of pods fall burning from the sky, like black meteors, like heavy raindrops, like broken kites. Mother and daughter gaze at each other silently, as they hoped it would make this moment an eternity.
No. You were never one to stop walking, Nasti. Once you've decided on a path, you'll see it through to the end. Don't stop now. Don't let me take away the meaning of what you've accomplished. My life may have had no meaning, but there must be some meaning to all that you've done. If this tree is the new abode for the souls of the Sarkas, then let me be its first denizen. I gave you a home 20 years ago. Now, you've given me one.
When the children stand around the tree to listen to its voice, I want it to be your laughter that they hear, not your weeping. And I want to remember your smile when I think of you.
Nasti, my child. I've had good memories. Memories that made me smile. I remember. It was...
She cannot finish the sentence. Half a year has passed since she realized that she was beginning to forget and fled her hut under the roosting tree, following Nasti's trail all the way to Columbia. A journey far too long for a dying Banshee. It was not the reunion that she had hoped for, but as the obsession that carried her to this point falls apart, death has finally caught up to her. Countless scenes fade from Viola's memories and become vivid before Nasti's eyes. The Banshee's oar lies still in her hands. She hears a lament. The king who painted the same dream with her has passed in a faraway place that she cannot see. The Banshee stands still beneath the roosting tree. She spent 3 months witnessing her kin fall victim to oblivion and become an empty husk, the price they paid for her lies, and there was nothing she could do about it. The Banshee kneels still on the floor of a dilapidated house. She promised to deliver a gargoyle who helped her in the past, but all that was left was the tip
of a petrified tale. The Banshee's sorrow and regrets are infinite, flowing past Nasti like a river without end. After all of these memories have faded, there is one last thing that is left. One tiny, brief fragment. The Banshee is putting a child to bed, a girl whom she brought back to the convalesce. Her eyes are filled with fatigue as she looks at her old friend, but all she would talk about is how lovely the child is. She used to be a child once. She opens her eyes and sees this land for the first time. She does not know whether it is good or bad. But Nasti can see that she is smiling. Time passes through the Banshee, like the wind across the surface of Mist Lake, leaving nothing behind. Waella fades away into the sky. A leaf gently drifts down. I'll catch you and remember you, Mother. Nasti catches the leaf gently, as her mother once picked a leaf from the tree for her. One does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. After a long silence, she blows a tune with the leaf. Like threads, the notes weave the gentlest incantation that she has ever weaved. Be at peace. I'd like to make a bet with you, Miss Wilson. How many sky stocks do you think young Pavard, that honest and serious secretary of mine, will go and buy once he delivers the balloons? 0. The end of the line at the stock exchange was 2 blocks away when I came. The last time I saw this level of excitement in the district was when the Department of Defense decided to send troops to Bolivar. I still have one of those cactus hats in my office. People went into the streets wearing those hats, shouting slogans and turning the veins of DC green. I haven't seen those hats in a long time. No one wants their taxes to turn into guns, not since Robert McCassin and his feat of saving Bolivar from the Bolivarians became the butt of evening radio jokes. Everybody wears a propeller on their head now. A blue propeller hat that spins. It's awfully noisy, to tell the truth. I hear there's a new version that automatically plays that rock song every Columbian knows when the propeller spins. I grew up listening to Terra Bless Us in Cityway 66. I once thought that the song of our time would be Goodnight Arco 1. Turns out it would be Goodnight Kristen Wright. The obsession that Columbians have with the future will never change, but the one they're following seems to have changed while we weren't looking. Kirsten never intended to become an idol. The Department of Defense never intended to become a joke. It never occurred to any of us, when we raised a glass to the failure of DoD, that it wouldn't be just the DoD who loses credibility. The people listening to late-night radio over a pot of mac and cheese don't differentiate between the DoD, Congress, or the cabinet after all. As you said yourself, these days the masses seem more willing to take inspiration from a legend or miracle.
Sometimes, however, we need to turn their gazes back to the soil that nurtures miracles. Back to Columbia.
Finally, we lay our eyes on Propeller Paradise. Not a day has passed that we didn't think about it, ever since that fateful night 2 years ago.
The synchronized aerial turn that we just witnessed is a testament to the skill of our test pilots, even in times of peace.
Now, Propeller Paradise reveals its miracles to us, this wonderful spectacle of the Columbian dream,
Demonstrating that, declaring that,
Silence. Every media outlet, every channel, voices rich or coarse or sharp or warm, all fall silent at the same time. The entrepreneurs and investors on the streets, along with thousands upon thousands of ordinary people, fall silent too. For a few minutes, the only sound in Max DC is the sound of their propeller hats. The rustling sound they make, like falling leaves, is the only accompaniment to this spectacular disaster witnessed by millions in the capital. Turn their gazes back to the soil that nurtures miracle. Back to Columbia.
A terrorist attack?
a premeditated act of terror. Investigators confirm that the explosion was caused by a batch of arts weapons smuggled in disguised as general parts. The weapons can be traced to numerous Centrum nations, including
Casimir's, which has long since abandoned the ways of chivalry, and Lithanian, the ancient nation of casters, have used their despicable tricks against us. The voice of progress falls silent today. It is the darkest day in Columbia's 80 years of history.
The nation is waiting for me to speak. I should tell them. They have destroyed more than just an exhibition. They have destroyed the hopes and dreams that every Columbian entrusted to it. I should tell them. This shameless, heinous act was committed by those who envy our splendor, trying to make our people timid and afraid. I should tell them, but they're doomed to fail. Columbia will never be defeated. No conspiracy can stop the lamp and star from shining bright in the west. And then, Columbians will eagerly turn their taxes into guns again. Everything that they fervently devoted to Propeller Paradise, all those sky stalks and the spinning propeller hats, will turn into shields and swords. When the smoke clears, the empty sky will be more inflammatory than any speech. The winds on the wilderness of Columbia have never stopped, mercilessly blowing away the smoke and cloud that surrounded Propeller Paradise. The sky feels even emptier than before, after all things bright and beautiful have fallen. But it's not entirely empty. Is the suit playing tricks on my eyes? I see it as well as you do, Mr. Vice President. As do millions of people here in DC. Floating platforms supported by a complicated system of massive hot air balloons and propellers have fallen. Floating labs of many shapes and sizes have fallen. The ropeway system that connected the levitation layer has fallen, along with hundreds of pods. The saucer-shaped tower that linked the ground and the sky has fallen, along with the elevator that it supports. Only one thing rises through the clouds, into the bright skies of Columbia. Huh. A message from Mainlander, sir. Propeller Paradise has stopped moving toward the capital. It is now headed for the southeastern border, accelerating. Mainlander believes they are trying to escape Columbia, which would be an act of treason. Mechanized units on the border are moving to cut off Propeller Paradise's potential routes. More importantly, the unknown object in the sky has already been locked on by our defensive artillery deployed along the district's route. With your speech about to begin, they want to hear how you define it. The Department of Defense recommends opening fire immediately and sticking with the current narrative. Mainlander has raised the possibility of conveying a different message through the survival of this facility. But they have also noted the risks of doing so. The facility was created by Rhine Lab, after all. Before they do anything, I would like to get a good look at this thing myself. A tree. A tree. Rhine certainly has style, doesn't it? A tree-shaped facility. Do you know what it is? I have no idea. I suppose I'm just here to lighten the mood while you vent about Rhine. Well, it doesn't matter. What it is will soon stop mattering to the people. Just like that balloon that couldn't fly. In the DoD's game, it will become an infant slaughtered by knights, an envoy killed by the Witch King. Its fall will drive the rise of the people's wrath. In Mainlander's proposal, it will become the next symbol of the Columbian spirit. Its silhouette printed on every hat that leaves the factories for the next decade. Is that so? All I see is a tree. You see those foul beasts, brushing their feathers and honing their beaks? They've accepted that it's a tree that they can roost on. A tree rising from the wounds of Columbia? How should people understand it? They don't have to. Just as you didn't need to understand the mobile mining platform on the wilderness that you skipped classes to watch when you were young. Did you know if it was carrying a group of ambitious pioneers or desperate debtors? Did it return with a full load of riches, or was it simply drifting aimlessly? All I know is that I really didn't want to take a test that day, and the mining platform happened to be chasing the setting sun. A mining platform chasing the setting sun, and a flying tree. They're not so different, are they? What is your position, Mr. Vice President? I'm the Vice President of the Columbian Union. With this position comes responsibility. I can't skip classes to watch a mining platform chase the setting sun, like I used to. Still, that was indeed what made me feel something about the soil of Columbia for the first time. If the sky is the soil that nurtures the future of Columbia, I'm sure there's enough room in it for a flying tree. So yeah, this stage is definitely the emotional crux of this whole story so far. Like, good lord, this was a heavy one for multiple aspects. But before we get into any of that, let me quickly introduce our boss and the boss description before we head further in. The boss, of course, was Vaela, or as she is called as the boss, Vaela of Convales. And it says, if only there were something she could still do. For Convales, for the Banshee, for her. Yeah, that whole scene was very emotional. Very emotional, but let's take this stage in strides. So, first off, Gordon sticking it to the man. Once again, very interesting. Dropping a bit of interesting background knowledge as well for the little robot alongside the whole thing, which is very interesting. Very interesting. honestly, I wonder what the background story for the robot is gonna turn out to be, and as why the thing started to have, I guess, a consciousness essentially all of a sudden. That is very interesting. You know what the story reminds me of with the little 054, especially as well with with the numbering, if you just remove the 4 at the end. But doesn't the story with the little floating drone with 54 also remind everybody of a good old movie, or a movie series, I guess, at that point, of Johnny Number 5, which was a story about a robot that came alive after being struck by lightning. And I loved that movie as a kid. I loved that movie as a kid because a lot of the special effects in that movie were done pretty much practically. Or I think basically everything was done practically in that movie. That's a pretty old one, but I liked it. I liked it a lot, and the robot design was very cute as well. But plus the robot was also very cute himself. But anyway, kind of just reminds me of the whole thing. But yeah, Gordon sticking it to the man, and also getting our Kuranta man, our Uma man, to his side, which is very interesting. And once again, oh yeah, right. I saw someone pointed out in the previous episode's comment section that that the big Uma guy could be of Knights Mora descent. Maybe it is. I do have something to say later, but I leave it for when we finish the story about him. But there is something I want to say that could maybe be the case. I don't know if that is the guy's actual background or not, but it would make sense because of one thing. But outside of that, he definitely does have a bit of a Knights Mora design in him. I mean, with the red hair, the ears are probably the most interesting design choice for his head, because the ears look almost like devil horns, which is interesting. I wonder what horse type he was actually designed after, because that is interesting. I don't remember if I've ever seen or heard about a horse breed that has these very like pointy ears, or at least the hair on the ears looking pointy like they're horns. Maybe I did, I'm just forgetting, but very interesting design overall for him. But we'll learn a bit more about him later. So I'll leave my final thoughts about him when we get to that. But yeah, this stage was definitely a gut punch. Like, from start to finish, this whole thing was... God, the whole part with Viola and Nasti was very heavy. Good God, what else to say there? The whole scene with mother and daughter finally clearing the air around them and expressing their feelings for each other. And finally being able, also being lucky to be able to say goodbye to each other is very crazy. Plus, Viola becoming a core component for the tree moving forward is also very interesting. Like the final component that had to be put in place so that the roosting tree could actually start functioning the way it should be. Honestly, she probably would have not been needed as a core component for the whole thing, because of the aspect of the experiment was supposed to start in a different way, but because of the earlier actions in the story, it started way too early. So I guess Viola's passing and she herself leaving her memory behind as part of the tree is a very needed and core component for the whole thing to properly kick off. But yeah, that whole scene was so densely emotionally packed. It was kind of crazy. Plus all the extra lore that we got on the Banshees throughout the story, all the way up until here, is kind of crazy. This is not a story that I expected to go so deep into a specific faction of the Sarkas, of the Banshees. Like, up until now, we knew a couple of small things about the Banshees, We knew that they have a place they call the Convalis that is essentially their home turf, but and that they secluded themselves in there after the war from 200 years ago, where Castlewot was very brutally razed, and a lot of Sarkas lost their lives in that whole conflict. But yeah, here we get to hear a bit more about why they secluded themselves and what they were trying to accomplish. And yeah, it's quite the thing that was being tried to accomplish. Again, another aspect and another pursuit for the Sarkas to become not attached to the myriad souls, because as we know about that as well, that was driving them crazy. that was driving them crazy, and again, not to go into too many details because that's a lot of main story related facts, but because of changes now and the myriad souls not being a factor anymore in the whole thing, the Sarkas have mellowed out. They have mellowed out, but they do still need something. The Sarkas as a whole are very interesting as a species, as a race, or as a collective, however you want to put it, when it comes to the different races here on Terra, because outside of them, I don't think we have it confirmed for any of the other races, and unless I'm forgetting something. Well, there are elements that have to do with like both technology or originium or something arts related, where that is the case, but that is very rare. But yeah, the Sarkas are the only race or collective of races on Terra that actually have been proven through the stories to have an actual soul, like something tangible. Even here in this cutscene, it was called just a residue that gets left behind after they pass away, which is it's honestly very interesting that this native species, this native collective of different races that all call themselves Sarkas these days, that were native to this planet before everybody else came along, that they actually have tangible souls. Very interesting concept for them, quite honestly. But yeah, there was definitely a lot of Sarkas lore in this in this whole event, in this whole side story, that I did not think we were gonna go that hard on Sarkas lore, despite the fact that we had Nasti here and everything. But yeah, a lot of things got brought up, and well, I guess we have another solution to the myriad souls now. Something that looks like it's gonna be a very peaceful solution compared to the predecessor. Good God. But yeah, the tree is very interesting, and I'll say a couple of things later as well in the outro. But for now, let us continue into our final cutscene, which is the cutscene only and outro stage titled Flight Resumption. A discussion, a few empty chairs. A most remarkable speech, Mr. Vice President.
People were moved to tears, even in the Rhine Lounge. I didn't think I would move the most eccentric, most maverick scientists of Columbia. But I've received enough flowers, banners, strongly worded letters of support, and soldier figures painted in my likeness over the last few hours.
Not from Rhine.
For the better, I suppose. Let's get back to the topic in hand. How should we define that tree floating in the sky from a scientific perspective?
If you really want to know the scientific principles behind it, I could spend the whole afternoon explaining how its roots will spread across the land, and its branches and leaves across the sky. From a scientific perspective, however, all you need to know is that when it is fully grown, it will be able to collect energy and information from across Columbia and process it centrally.
You mean an energy well, like the shaft, but on a national scale?
And a server too. Bidirectional to boot. The roots and branches go both ways, not only from the ground to the sky, but also from the sky to the ground. No need to force yourself to understand these things. You can zone out the way you did when you visited the Tree Mount's headquarters. It was your words that saved the tree when dozens of guns from the Department of Defense and hundreds of cameras from Mainlander media were pointed at it.
Miss Wilson's words truly tugged at my heartstrings. Even an old man like me couldn't help but think back to the wild days of youth.
I see. And there I was, thinking that it was because you didn't want to give away the chance to define this tree to Mainlander or the Department of Defense. An exhibition, a speech, sky fever, and patriotism have made you the overwhelming darling of public opinion over the other candidates in the span of just a few hours. But have you thought about the future you would need to paint in order to not let your supporters down? Or was it always your plan to improvise your speech?
You know about the understanding between Kirsten at the Department of Defense. Kirsten would build Arco 1, and it was none of Ryan's business who the DoD used it against. Since I already have the authority to define this tree, I don't suppose it would have broken through the star pod before everyone's eyes if I didn't discuss with Ryan when defining it.
Of course you don't have to discuss with anyone, be it Nasti, myself, the generals, the lawmakers, or that plushie on your shoulder.
I take back what I said about you when I was chatting with my secretary.
What do you mean?
You're easier to deal with than Kirsten. State your demands.
Lift the lockdown on Propeller Paradise and allow the escape plate to return to the capital's route for repairs. As to those involved in the incident...
Escaped? That's not how DC will define what has happened. Researchers who stand on the front lines of Columbian science would never flee in the face of foreign sabotage, would they? What else?
Lift the lockdown on Rhine Lab. You know what I'm talking about.
You and I should hold an official meeting as soon as possible. You can't ask the government to undo something we haven't done. We've only ever been curious. What can Rhine Lab do?
Seriously, is no one sleeping tonight? I should have held some night wilderness tours.
You just wouldn't stay still, would you? Even when the plate's broken down.
I could say the same about you. You look like a clerk gazing blankly at the sky outside after coming back from vacation.
Well, I was scared, but also excited when we started fighting the Mainlander people.
You almost scared me when you tried to bite that agent's finger off.
I am not really an emotional guy. The last time I was so excited was when I got approved for the Sky Loan. The loan shark was showing off levitating devices at the entrance of the local bar. There were so many people watching that they broke the fence. In the end, it wasn't education or economic circumstances that decided who got the loan, but who could fly a drone the highest and furthest.
Which was how you ended up being the sucker who got scammed into it.
That night I stupidly bragged to my wife, showing off the finger I used to move the control stick and win a chance for the future.
It was only a few days later that you realized there was no battery in the controller at all.
Yeah, I should never trust myself when blood gets into my head.
But you still charged the blockade with us without a second thought, didn't you?
Yeah, now we're like sissy bees to the slaughter in the wilderness, waiting for the government to decide our future.
I feel like an onion thrown into a washing machine, getting layers after layers peeled off in these tides of fevers.
Do you want to escape the washing machine? Or do you want to be more than a powerless onion?
Huh.
A few years ago, I had an idea while going into the bleached wasteland for the third time. If I sneaked inside with a truckload of pure gold ore and took it through the border checkpoint in broad daylight, Columbians would forget all the terrifying legends in the blink of an eye and begin another great expansion, and it wouldn't be much different from what we're going through. Even if it began with a bored tour guide rather than a scientist who split the sky. Even if it was a hoax rather than a milestone. We always try to see new possibilities inside the door marked impossible, to escape the laws of common sense that seem to have no end, to go somewhere else and live a different life. You, me, the hundreds of Propeller Paradise testers, even that Rhine researcher assistant Sky, we're all the same.
The onion can't get out of the washing machine.
But we can remember why we chose to go inside.
If the government doesn't hang us all for treason tonight, I want to stay on Propeller Paradise, run Lucky Sisty Beast, and pay my debts. Can you deliver a letter to my wife? I don't really trust regular messengers.
Would you like to join Fern's tours? I could deliver you.
I don't believe it. There can't be a single scientist on Terra like you.
Sounds of hammering can be heard from the Kuranta.
How did you meet Gustave? Did you know about his and Maylander's plan?
Sounds of metal being polished can be heard.
Shame I never actually got to teach him a lesson. The old fox ran off with Maylander's people after the levitation layer fell.
He was taken away in handcuffs.
Handcuffs? He wanted me to take the fall for Propeller Paradise, but he's the one who ends up going down.
The Kuranta clangs with metal.
Good. You've been sitting here the whole day with those pliers and hammers. What are you studying?
I'm preparing for a journey. The Kuranta gestures to the bottom of his shoes. Only then does Gordon realize that the sound that the Kuranta makes when walking does not come from shoes.
A piece of crescent-shaped metal nailed to your feet? Doesn't it hurt?
No. Feet are more trustworthy than shoes in treacherous terrain, such as the swamps of Sargon, the ice fields of Sami, and the barren lands of Columbia.
So you don't plan on hiding your identity from me?
My role is insignificant in this entire event. I simply came to help a friend, and made a new friend along the way.
I do so hate free spirits.
You have enough experience to be my travel companion, but you won't do it.
ATAO's gonna be purged after this accident. Why should I not go back when the old fox no longer has any influence? Besides, you recognized everything in my collection room. I'll always be inferior to you if I traveled with you. I'll make good use of all ATO resources available to me. You won't recognize 5-4 the next time you see it.
I look forward to it.
Is there any place you haven't been? Like beyond the star pod, I guess?
There are many paths that no one has trotted before. There indeed comes a day when humanity stands amongst the clouds. I will continue to cast my gaze to the land. I saw you coming this time, Marcia.
It's rare to see you not burying your head in work. Are you waiting for someone?
What about you?
Your colleagues already pulled out of Propeller Paradise before the sun had set. Another rule of secretaries? You have to be the last one to leave. Just ran into a bit of trouble when packing. Hover. Oh, thank you. I was wondering how I would get down from there. Yet you chose the most scenic route, one that would take you around the tree. I wanted to see the final resting place of Viola, your mother. Her epitaph is the leaves that grow upon it. Look up on your way out. She might have the wind carry one to you, if she still remembers you. You're not angry that I used Viola to complete Mainlander's mission? You also defied Mainlander's orders in order to help her. If it's to prison that you go from here, I would not consider it a shining example of Columbian justice. No need to worry about that. The Tin Man once decorated himself with drone parts that Mr. Celine discarded. Usefulness is not the only standard that he uses to judge. And this little rebellion won't be either. I think that's the one you were waiting for. I'll take my leave then. Give me the parameter, Sky.
Transmission complete. Nothing out of the ordinary. The tree is in great shape. But you already know that, don't you?
Just making sure the battle didn't wreck your brain.
The first thing I learned on the streets of Tremont was how to fight. I wouldn't be here at Rhine if a fight or two could wreck my brain.
Until I come back, you're in charge of the tree's regular maintenance, any derivative projects, and all our staff, workers and testers in Propeller Paradise. I need you on top of your game.
I got the projects, but the workers and testers... They have been asking what you liked. They wanted to give you a token of their appreciation before you leave. They stayed because of you, Director Lunare.
What did you tell them?
I don't know. I have no idea what you like or their work.
Take a Starpod Wars stamp to Pitt tomorrow. He'll tell you everyone's personality and interests.
Director?
The first thing I learned on the Barrellands was how to deal with people.
What do you like then?
It's not hard to find out. It's time to go. I'll leave the tree in your hands.
What about the one you were waiting for?
He's used to traveling alone. He's probably already left.
Left? But we're in the Barrellands.
He'll find a way. Hey, stop! This is Rhine Lab HQ. Visitors need to register over there. I noticed you the moment you walked in. Hard not to, given the clatter you make when walking. Did you just come back from the Barrenlands or something? At least change your clothes if you want to steal company secrets. What the director level access? Who are you? I'm sorry. I'll take you upstairs now. The others are waiting for you in the conference room.
Thank you.
That's the gist of it. The rest of the details are on the slide. Propeller Paradise has docked with Max DC. The district will now proceed to perform repairs and take inventory. Hundreds of tech firms, more than 1,000 research projects on the sky and flight, and some 20 to 30,000 people. It could take months to complete. Fortunately, Saria's negotiation with Jackson was a success, and the Rhine engineering section will be able to focus on their work at Propeller Paradise. Sky Jagger is in charge until I get back. He's matured a lot. Wow! You're actually developing the new guys! Good work, Nasti! Thanks for your help.
I would thank you even more if you deleted the photos where you make faces with my appearance.
Nah, don't think so. Say, aren't you gonna tell me about your mom?
No.
Something's different about you. Not sure what exactly, but in a good way. Nasti,
Alright. I cried, I came to terms with a few things, and strengthened my resolve with a few things. That's all.
I didn't leave my lab to watch your little tete-a-tete.
You've been a little too committed to science lately, Ferdinand. I'm almost starting to miss the days when you were scheming left and right to take over the company.
And why do you think I'm not doing that? I'll ask you to recall that it was my breakthroughs in high-energy physics that have kept all our sections afloat these past 2 years, ladies.
Yes, sure. Thank you for your help.
I'm guessing Dorothy didn't come to the meeting because she didn't want to hear you gloat.
Huh. She went back to Site 359 right after the inquiry. She said she had a few dreams. Girl never looks forward. Saria, Nasti's already sent the experiment results concerning the tree to my mailbox. We're not here only to discuss the Propeller Paradise matter, are we?
Of course not.
Then who are we waiting for? Perhaps you might be interested in seeing data from the Infi ice field.
You're back, Mariam. Finally.
Sorry, it's been a long time since I've been in Columbia. Took me some time to fit my hoof irons. Broke them in on the walk from DC to Tremount.
I'm glad I didn't wait for you on Propeller Paradise. I had a car that could have taken both of us back to Rhine together.
You know, I never considered that at all.
Someone obsessed with searching for death in every corner of Terra would be used to working alone. I figured.
It takes 2 people with director-level access to activate the core unit of the tree. I had wondered who Saria sent to help Nasti. The legend is already a pile of bones in the wilderness. The media questions if the director of Rhine's scientific investigation section even exists. There's definitely no better choice, but you want to know who arranged it? Justin Jr. He had some investments in Chapat, and no sooner had I left the Infi ice field than he got in touch. He told me to go to Columbia and straight to DC. I got Gustav's invitation soon after. Justin Jr. had obviously, let's just say, pulled a few strings. Then why did I come back to Rhine? I found a fragment of that spherical superstructure in the depths of the Infi ice field, where the rootless flowers bloomed the brightest. You guessed it? Yes, it's the structure that Kirsten Files mentioned. She said people in the old times called it the Stargate. I'm sure Saria will share the information with you soon. Any more questions, Ferdinand? I thought not.
Nothing's changed about how you ask and answer your own questions, Mariam. You've left further with nothing left to say.
Alright, looks like everyone's here. This meeting is rather overdue. For the past 2 years, all of mainstream Columbia media and the tech tabloids have made the same judgment. The gap where Galeria Stellaria disappeared is a scar upon the Starpod and a scar upon Rhine. They've even come up with a whole narrative on the cancellation of Rhine's end-of-year cocktail party. We were all busy, that's all. Yes, but now we finally have some time. The joint project between engineering and ecological had some unexpected twists and turns, but the final result was a smashing success. Nasti, you're now holding the key to a brand new domain. If we can keep it in our hands. Mariam's discovery in the Infi ice field has proven beyond all doubt that those strange tales that Kirsten collected are, indeed, based on actual fact.
Perhaps it will help us rebuild dialogue with the old era.
And Mulesys has brought back data from our observation station in Kjerag. Data that's very interesting, or very dangerous. I'm sure you've heard about the events in Bolivar. 20 science teams have gone missing in the Black Flow.
Explorers and schemers will be excited if there are any developments with that swamp. Rhine should act too, Saria.
Magellan is already on her way. The events and phenomena that have unfolded since Kirsten's incident indicate that the most well-hidden secrets of Terra all lead to the same answer. It will tell us the reason for Terra's existence, and whether it is a disaster or a brave new world waiting for us in the future. Rhine Lab has already made preparations, but that alone is not enough. We must respond to the fear of the unknown, and go boldly where no one has gone before. What you said was absolutely correct, Nasti. However, Rhine Lab must be the one to turn that key.
Whoa.
Of course, we'll have a makeup cocktail party.
What's this, Justin Jr.?
A newspaper sample. I would like you to think of a title for this article here before it goes to print. Are these scientists gathered to mourn the end of sky fever? Or preparing to usher in a tide of new changes?
You sent a screenshot of your communications with your colleagues to the Savior?
More appropriate to put it as a DoD-aligned newspaper getting its hands on certain documents that could not be obtained by official means.
But I heard your control has already reached an understanding with Jackson concerning Propeller Paradise.
None too thrilled about it, are you? But it won't stop me from making another deal with you.
You understand that in the aftermath of the Horizon Arc project, Rhine Lab's credibility with the Department of Defense has become roughly the equivalent of Mama John's scratch of lottery tickets garbage.
Which is why I only came to you after Saria reached an understanding with Jackson. In the aftermath of the setback in Bolivar, the failure of the Horizon Arc project, and the Propeller Paradise incident, the Department of Defense's credibility with President Mark Max has become... well, I suppose I should spare you the proverbs. I don't know what exactly our scientists are planning, but I know the value they can create. In this, I'm sure we're in agreement. I'm a businessman, and my priority is Rhine's business interests.
Sounds like I have no reason to refuse.
It's a pleasure doing business with you.
To be frank with you, I don't think much of you when Blake recommended you.
I'm sure you remember my life story that I just shared, which is a fairly interesting one, if I do say so myself. All you need to do is think something of fate. As for your attitude toward the one who controls its pulse, that's rarely in your hands.
And that is the ending to our story. That's all she wrote, folks.
What a story. I'm very happy with the story, how this went. This was definitely not going the ways I expected it to go, in a lot of senses, and delivered a lot of lore that I also did not expect to have delivered with a story like this. But I guess that is the fate of Rhine Lab stories. They always seem to deliver something absolutely crazy. But yeah, also the last cutscene finally shows us who our big horseman is. I think I was already saying it in a previous part that I'm expecting him to be probably Mariam, which is crazy, because that is not how I was envisioning Mariam, considering, like, I guess it's purely because of the fact that how the other scientists look. I mean, not a single one of them, outside of Saria, looks like they're like, you know, beefy beefcakes. Even Saria, who is someone who physically trains and is very adept at combat, he's not too much of a beefcake outside of being shredded. Yeah, Mariam, damn, Jesus Christ, I did not expect the guy to be such an imposing figure. Also, as I mentioned earlier as well, when I was bringing it up, because I saw it brought up in a comment from the previous part, he definitely could be a Knight's Mora, honestly, with his wanderlust, essentially, as the guy likes to go everywhere on foot. Has a pretty sharp mind, and yeah, he does tease stuff from IS4. IS4 is honestly, I think, is the last time we actually have heard about him and what he was doing, because he was leading an expedition into the Inthi ice fields. But if I remember correctly from those stories, that whole shit went to, well, shit. Everything went bad as much as it could go. Plus, he did also confirm that he had a freaking cursed dagger stuck in his heart and somehow survived. Yeah, he could definitely be a Knight's Mora. He could definitely be a Knight's Mora with his not only his drive to wander around, but also this constant this constant search for death. Like, Jesus Christ, this guy. But yeah, he does tease us for some stuff that was already revealed a long time ago in IS4 with the gate, the floating flowers and stuff. There is a lot when it comes to that whole aspect, but we'll see. They're finally bringing that into like actual side story format and just story format in general, and not just keeping it in the IS4 lore. So we'll see. I mean, we definitely know that all roads lead to the gate at some point. So we'll see how that is gonna work out. But yeah, nice to finally have a face to Mariam. Good lord. But yeah, very also interesting scene here at the end where we see the Rhine leaders essentially coming back all together around the same table, discussing future plans and preparing essentially for the future. And all of it is being also very sneakily orchestrated, in a sense, almost by Justin Jr. from the background. The little sneaky shit. He is also a very interesting character. We'll see what happens with this whole thing in the future. They definitely tease some huge things for the whole thing. Again, this story in general is a story that is set in the year after the current main story. Main story again being in the year 1101. The Kjerag story was also in 1101. Plus, Mumu here at the end also mentioned that what they discovered in Kjerag is both interesting and potentially very dangerous, but she didn't elaborate any more on that. And for what was discovered there, I will leave you guys to go through the latest Kjerag story. You'll see. They left it on a cliffhanger, on quite the big cliffhanger with that one. But yeah, very, very nice. Also seeing Ferdinand around the table with them is very funny. Plus, Saria being a way more capable Kirsten, or Control rather, it makes sense. I mean, to be fair for Kirsten when it comes to it, Kirsten was, towards the end of her career, an absolute shithead when it comes to leading Rhine. I mean, we know every single atrocity, or at least the ones that we were shown, that Rhine was conducting under her leadership, and she just didn't give a shit about them because she was just so focused on her goal that, yes, did achieve a lot of stuff, yes, did push a lot of stuff, but good God, was she letting Rhine do whatever the shit it wanted to do, and a lot of people suffered for it. like, that aspect of her is absolute trash. Everything else, very inspiring. But that, no. But yeah, we see Saria here in now the same position, and she is definitely way more capable and accessible than Kirsten probably ever was. Plus, oh yeah, I want to mention here, I'm gonna put it in the description box and in the pinned comment down below, because I'm not gonna be including it here in the outro as a special cutscene or anything. Nothing really crazy happened in it, but I will include a link to the operator record for Saria. This operator record for her is a small little prequel for this story. Again, nothing really crazy happens to it, but there's a bit of a tiny bit of a background as we see Sky Jagger appear for the first time in the timeline there, and how he essentially got his job in Rhine, which is very interesting. I leave you guys to the story, to that operator record to see how that came to be. But more importantly, in that whole record, we actually get to see how much more adept Saria is as Control for Rhine. I mean, we saw here that she actually managed to negotiate with the Vice President to lift the restrictions on Rhine and actually let them do what they have and need to do, which is also very crazy. Plus, also the president being the president and vice president being involved in the whole thing of what was happening with Propeller Paradise and destroying it, and pretty much sparking anger in the nation to start like an arms race with the rest of the world. Yeah, interesting, but also very interesting that despite everything that was happening, he still did not go with the plan at the end and decided on a gamble, essentially. Which again seems to be like a bit of a theming for the whole thing, where people pretty much took out loans and gambled on their future, and seemingly Mr. Vice President Jackson is also gambling on another possibility for the future, which is a very good decision on his part. And honestly, very interesting. I cannot gauge it how much she knew about what was happening, but Jara being with him there, I mean, she was just his guest, but I wonder how much Jara knew about what was happening in the background and Jackson's plan, because she didn't really bat an eye while everything was happening while she was with him. She was just commenting on the whole thing. So I'm wondering if she just kind of was accepting what was happening and just looking at how it's gonna resolve, or if she was somehow aware, was made aware of the whole plan. But that's a minor point. It's just interesting to have seen her actually in the story appear at all. But yeah, the story was honestly great from start to finish, both character-wise and the continuous like little curveballs for the characters that have been thrown about. Like, for example, Gordon. Gordon, I literally thought is gonna turn out to be like a bad guy for the story, despite the fact that he's playable. But very interesting laugh. The guy has a lot of moxie, and I do like him because of it. I like his interaction as well with Mariam at the end of the story. And how he was like, nah, I'm not gonna wander with you around. You are way out of my league. Very interesting interaction between the two of them. But yeah, kind of very likable character. I like his moxie. I wonder what else we're gonna learn about him. Oh, and there is I haven't still. I forgot to listen to it. Actually, hold on. Let me do a tiny little dive, because there's apparently a very interesting voice line on Gordon that points to something, and I do wanna quickly listen to it, very quickly. Well, alright, change of plans, I guess. I don't have in-game access to that specific voice line, because he needs to be at 100% trust for for this unlock, but it's his Trust Increase 2 line, which is very interesting, and I'm looking at it right now. It says, back in Toronto, when I saw you squatting in the corner of your detention cell, chilling out studying the mushrooms, I knew the ATAO didn't get you. You were just playing the ATAO. And now here I am, business partner with a whiz like you. Goes to show I'm the real deal. And that I don't put extra meat in your prison meals for nothing. Oh, and that I didn't put extra meat in your prison meals for nothing. Okay. Okay, so he was, I guess, functioning as a warden, or he was maybe just working at the prison. When did it happen again? When did that story happen? Because I do remember the scene, a scene with the dog being in prison in Toronto for a bit. Was that in Vigilo? That was not in Mansfield, right? Mansfield is purely focused on specific characters, mountain and stuff. Yeah, I think this was in Vigilo, right? Or maybe it's another one I'm not remembering. I do remember a scene where the dog is in prison for a tiny bit. Very interesting. This came full circle, I guess. Okay, that is an interesting little extra detail about who knows who, I guess, in this story. Very, very funny extra detail, though. But yeah, anyway, where were we with the story? So yeah, Gordon, very interesting character. Kind of liked him in this story overall when it comes to the whole thing. So very, very nice. Then we have our other character in the story that I actually also thought is gonna turn out to be a big dickhead in the story the way he was presented the entire time. But he is a pretty stand-up good guy. And that's Aspen. Like, the story really continuously threw curveballs from the very beginning of how he appeared, how he was behaving, what he was doing. Like, I would say the first sign of that he's not a bad guy came when he was introduced with when the whole stuff happened, when the people that were working for him got fired, but they were all picked up immediately by Rhine Lab, which just signals that there was something going on behind the scenes that we didn't see that happened there very quickly. But yeah, very interesting, honestly, the way he was handled in the story. Like, the little bits and pieces of his story all coming together, from learning that he's in debt and that's why he wants the 60 Beast to succeed, and the reason why he's so obsessed with it, but then learning even more at the very end of the story and getting to know that he's doing all of this because he went into debt. He was tricked, of course. He was kind of used, essentially, of course, but he was tricked into debt, and he just didn't wanna endanger his wife and family and everybody. So he divorces his wife purely on paper, just so he can keep pursuing this and hopefully succeed. Considering that he already was in debt, there was not really much he could have done at that point. But yeah, essentially sacrificing the way he's perceived by people, essentially his good standing with people, to make himself appear as a dickhead, but just so that the debt collectors would not go after his wife, to signal that his connection is completely severed from his wife. Very, very honestly, stand-up guy. Like, sure, not the best thing to divorce your wife, but he was doing it because he wanted to protect everybody, which is a very, very nice little gesture of his. And yeah, the curveballs with him continuously going through the story were very interesting. His interaction with Fern as well, that he is a just stand-up good guy and is trying to succeed. I had this discussion because of something completely different the other day when recording we're recording one of the latest episodes for Enfield, and someone said because in Enfield there is mention of a floating city. It's not the same thing as here, but there is mention of a floating city, and someone said that if we ever go to that city, and there is not gonna be a bar that is called the Lucky Sisty Beast, we should riot. There really better be a bar or something over in Enfield, considering that they went through the trouble of actually writing into lore of a floating city. There better be a thing that's gonna mention the Lucky Sisty Beast. They really hammered that name home, and it's a mainstay right now. There better be something. There better be something at some point. I will riot if there's not gonna be anything that is Lucky Sisty Beast related. But yeah, interesting guy, and I'm happy that it turned out that he was not the bad guy. Funnily enough, the bad guys we don't even ever get to properly fight in this story. Like, we don't really get to fight the Mainlanders or anybody else throughout the story. We only get to fight the weird inventions that are in Propeller Paradise, and of course Viella. We get to fight her, which is, again, that whole shtick, like I said earlier, was just bittersweet. That whole scene between mother and daughter was very, very heavy. Is all I can say. But I'm happy with how it concluded for both of them, essentially. But yeah. Also, seeing Nasti actually getting emotional at the end of the story and not being her almost robotic self the entire way through the story, and just showcasing through that she does have a very, very strong connection to people around her, but more importantly, that she has a lot of love in her heart for her foster parent, for her mother that took her in and everything. That whole the whole depiction as well throughout the story with how Nasti was found by Viella, how she got taken in by Viella, raised by Viella, essentially. Very heartwarming, honestly. Very, very heartwarming. And that's honestly all I can say. that whole shtick with the two of them was a very, very nice narrative for the story, and honestly surprising, again, a very surprising narrative for the story. I did not expect the story to go that strong into like this into this like mother-daughter emotional territory towards the whole towards the end, and then ending with another crazy invention by Rhine Lab that is once again in the sky in front of everybody's noses, and that will seemingly evolve into something much bigger down the line. Apparently this tree will, if what Saria said is meant to be completely taken verbatim, then the tree is gonna keep on growing until its roots, I guess, reach the ground and connect with Columbia itself. And the crown of the tree is gonna keep on growing as well, which is very interesting. Honestly, that whole aspect at the end just feels like they're creating a technological version of the Yggdrasil tree, isn't it? Am I the only one who is thinking Yggdrasil the moment they start? I mean, it's obviously probably the most common thing to bring up when you mention like a world tree, essentially, right? But that definitely immediately sparked the idea that they're creating like a technological version of the Yggdrasil in Arknights. And why not? Right? Why not? We have so much stuff from other from other places that are already inspiring this game, from both real-world history stuff that is being appropriated into the game, plus probably every single fantasy and sci-fi property of both horror and adventurous background that is being used in this game in a sense, which is crazy. But yeah, technological Yggdrasil. Thoughts? You guys give me that in the comments. But yeah, pretty crazy. Also, Fern was to go back to one of the other characters. Fern was a very interesting little character for the story herself. Not honestly much to say there, but yeah, her story was kind of being told in parallel to Nasti's, as Nasti left her parents behind just as much as Fern did leave her parents behind. But Fern seemingly never got to actually talk to her father, potentially, when he passed away. Maybe she did. They didn't specify specifically if she did or didn't. But yeah, very interesting and very sad, honestly, for her that she just didn't have this opportunity, I guess, to potentially talk to her father at the end. But yeah, the parallel then being Nasti and her mother, and actually making amends and having this final conversation between each other is very interesting. But overall, Fern is a very interesting character. She has ideas. She is proactive. I mean, she led pretty much a revolution on board of this flying mobile platform. And yeah, interesting character. Has some interesting ideas, and I do like her. I do like her because I believe that was a actual thing that was happening in the gold fever period of the United States back in the day. Because I think wasn't it also that a lot of the like gold reports were also fabricated, and then people kind of moved into places and started developing towns and essentially the environment around the towns, because people made false claims at finding gold in like rivers and mountains, but then there was nothing. And people were just digging and finding nothing really, but maybe something in some cases, like randomly gets found. But yeah, that whole shtick that Fern mentioned there, just drive a truckload or smuggle a truckload of gold into those barren lands, and then bring it back and pretend like you found that stuff out there. Very funny, very funny. But would be an interesting plotline to develop a region, honestly, and spark another inspiration in the Columbians to progress into the frontier. Once again, kind of reigniting the spark in the pioneering spirit, essentially, and the pioneer industry for Columbia, if they actually go through with that. Very funny. Honestly, very funny. I wonder if that's ever gonna happen. Probably not. Probably not. I hope they don't lure out people to in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, very interesting. And yeah, I already said a couple of things about her as well, but Mercia is definitely an interesting character. I wonder what they're gonna do with her going into the future. She is a big figure for Maylander, and seemingly will keep on being a agent of Maylanders. They did put definitely a lot into her design, which, I mean, it definitely feels like she could become a playable character when it comes to that. On that front as well, Mariam has also a very detailed design compared to like normal NPCs. Like other NPCs like Ferdinand, for example, does have a unique design, but he never had the sharpness, I guess, of a character that could become playable. But Mariam, on the other hand, is, unless it's just because it's, you know, the game has advanced, we are a couple of years later, so NPC designs get a bit of a more sharpness to their, a bit more detail to their design. But yeah, Mariam definitely has also a lot of detail to his design, just as Mercia has. Maybe one of the two, maybe both of them are planned to be playable characters in the future. I mean, they definitely addressed Mercia's arts in this story quite well. If she becomes playable, she's either gonna be a specialist or a vanguard in that aspect. And Mariam, If he becomes playable, he's just gonna be a guard. He's just gonna be a guard. He's gonna have some invulnerability or something similar to Surtur, but physical. That's my prediction for playable characters of this story when it comes to those two. Mercia Specialist or Vanguard. Vanguard specifically the agent one, which would be probably the most basic thing she could get. And Mariam probably a guard that I mean, he could be a guard or a tech. He could be a yeah, he could be a guard. He could be both for offense and defense. Could be one of the two. But I would put it definitely that his kit could that his playable kit could have something to do with like a high HP pool and invulnerability for a certain period of time. I would not put it past them to make that a thing about him. Also, movable across the field. Come on, they keep describing him as someone who keeps wandering and walking around on his own. If he doesn't get a similar move ability like Ulpianus has, if they make him playable, I would find that absolutely funny and a waste if they don't do that. But yeah, that would be it for this story. Again, this was a great story from start to finish. Well paced, a lot of shit was happening, a lot of espionage. Oh yeah, the entire story as well is kind of like very heavily inspired by the whole Cold War that was happening between mostly the USA and Russia back in the day. I mean, this whole espionage thing here was definitely meant to invoke that kind of feeling, right? Or was very well inspired by that whole thing from back then. And funnily enough, in this story, however, here in Arknights, the Cold War here would have not been just done by, or rather done between Columbia, the stand-in for the USA, and Ursus, the stand-in for Russia. This Cold War would have been between Columbia and every nation, every nation across Terra, because they were looking at pretty much every nation gearing up. So stirring the fervor in the nation is and was their goal essentially. Good thing that it didn't happen actually. Good thing the inspiration at the end is something way more positive than a stupid Cold War and making people bloodthirsty. Good choice not going through the original script, Mr. Jackson. That was a good decision, I would say. At least for the populace of Columbia, it was a good decision. And oh yeah, and most importantly, I just remembered there was also a little mention that was put at the end by Saria. She was listing out a couple of things. She also mentions something happening to a team of scientists that were sent into, I can't remember the exact naming of it, something forest or something, which I think is our teaser for the upcoming IS-7 that will at some point release on Global as well. I wonder what they're gonna do with that. The only things I know, and I don't want to know more, by the way, I do not want to know more, is that IS-7 is either in Colombia or Bolivar somewhere, and or taking place rather in those places, and that it's horror themed. The theming this time around is horror, which is very funny, and I'm very much anticipating to see what they do with that. I hope it's gonna be as creepy as I hope it's gonna be. But yeah, we'll see. I think Saria teased that a little bit when she mentioned that area in the speech that she was giving there at the end. Very, very interesting. I wonder if they will still introduce like a mini side story that is gonna lead us into that IS, but even if they don't, I'm looking forward to it, to just seeing what they're gonna do. Maybe this is our lead-in story for it. We don't get anything else. Oh, and funny, Magalan seems to be on the way to that area as well, which again, it's very funny if we are gonna get another IS where Magellan is technically like one of the main characters of the whole thing. Very funny, but I'm all for it. Magellan is a very cute little character. So very funny little character. So I'm hoping to see if that's gonna be the case. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're gonna be doing with her. With her and IS-7. But we'll see. That's for the future, and those are speculations. But for now, I think this is where we're gonna wrap up the episode. I'm gonna leave you guys off into the clip section with reactions and stuff as always. And in the meantime, I hope you enjoyed this part. If you did so, please consider leaving a like. It will help out a lot. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. And if you want to support me more directly, memberships are open on the channel. Like I always say, no video will be behind a membership. It's purely there for support. So thank you very much to all the members already doing so. Much appreciated. And I hope you all have a fantastic day wherever you are. And considering I'm recording this in a heatwave currently, in June of 2026, I hope everybody is nice and in a very cooled off room right now. If you're in Europe, hope you're surviving, because good God, the AC behind my ass is currently saving my ass from melting. But yeah, anyway, hope you all are well wherever you are, and I will see you in the next one. Next we go to Minos, so I will see you there. Until then, bye bye. Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh, is this when she arrived in Columbia? Damn, that, I know this is just a rickety mantle, whatever the hell she's wearing right now, but, cloak rather. But damn, that goes kinda hard. What the fuck? That goes kind of really hard. That is also very detailedly designed. I would say this, like, older version of herself has more detail to the design than the old Kalsa design from her side story, where you got to see a Kalsa from like some years ago in a cloak as well. Again, it's been a couple of years between those two stories, so it makes sense. But damn, this could very well be a free skin for her, for all I care. I'm quite honest, this could really be like a vagabond skin for her. Holy shit! Okay. Whoa. Corvallis' children's voice in Sarka's one more story. Also, I hear fire crackling in the background. I wonder if she's actually hearing that, like messages from the Corvallis reaching her all the way here, or if she's just thinking about memories. He even graced our valley once. In fact, the Trout's mist lake was actually blown from his big pipe. Oh, that's the story of Tin Man. Oh. Oh, so she actually, yeah. She would have heard that story being told, right? Oh, okay, so she did actually meet Logos at one point. I was kind of wondering, because they brought up a Fennel earlier in the story, if they actually got to meet at any given point. But okay, so they did. So we can use them as an eye mask to sleep during the day? Wait, what? Use what as an eye mask? A Fennel? What are you talking about, leaves? Oh, wait, is this, because I was taking the names as notes. Oh, retract your feather horns like this and you can shield your eyes. So we can use this. This fucking troll. This fucking lazy ass. He really is just a fucking troll. That's fuck's sake. Of course not. This is so you can easily weave your tears into elegies and funerals. Fuck's sake. Oh my god, Logos, please. Another recording ends, and the young Banshee keeps her leaves in a chest pocket. Yet her gaze suddenly turns wary. Oh, she recorded those messages on leaves. Okay, yeah, more of the botanical stuff that she's involved in. Interesting. Basically a biorecorder. Alright. Eavesdrop again, and I'll throw you into the concrete mixer. Ooh. Who did you... Wait, she's in Columbia. Based on the background, right? So... Okay. Okay, who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Tin Man? That is gonna run into her. She did also... but she feels young. Like a... Yeah, no. I'm thinking about the secretary lady, because Nasti did say earlier that she can be open with her. Like, she doesn't have to pretend around her and stuff like that. But I don't think this is where they met for the first time. Also, that chick is part of Maylander, so yeah. Tin Man? The only other option is someone from Rhine, and in that case it's probably gonna be Kristen Wright, right? Yup. Ooh, the music. Oh, the fucking music. Okay. Yeah, this is their first meeting. Okay, then. Oh, we're back to this. Okay, why are we back to this? I thought we were done earlier when she immediately recruited her. What's the follow-up here? I consent to join Rhine Lab, then. Okay, was that... I thought the scene... Okay, I mean, great scene. Great scene, great speech. I just thought that the first scene was already enough to signal that, yeah, that was where she said yes. Okay, interesting. Are we gonna flash back one more time? The Tin Man always jokes about how the Council's methods are more extensive than Mama John's stock lists. And this, of course, includes Mercia's Originium arts. Erasing... Oh, she can erase memories, that's... Oh. That's why she can project them. Yeah, she's definitely a crazy asset as an agent. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. It was I who left you homeless. Ooh, it was I who left you homeless? Oh, maybe... Okay, what was that chant just now? Oh, maybe this has to do something with the treehouse she was trying to build, because she was trying to build a treehouse on the, well, basically the sacred tree of the valley. Let's see. Oh, hi. Boat scene? Okay. Farewell, Mother. Okay, so that's why the old lady has the memories of going to Lithuanian, Laterano and Columbia, essentially. Right, she was pretty much following like a phantom memory that she has still left over from this meeting. Oh boy. Oh, hi. Hello, Jackson. Hello, Max. How's it going? How's it going, you two goobers? Take a guess. Who signed it, Indian? Conductor of the Gildennesgesetz. Who is he talking to right now? Conductor of the Gildennesgesetz. What? Also, wait, what was that again? Because I was noting down stuff. On behalf of all Lithuanians, I express my most sincere congratulations for the upcoming Air... Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. Who is he talking to? Conductor of the Güldenes Gesetz, guardian of the nine Kreise. Anyway, one with a string of titles neither of us could pronounce. The Kaiserin. Miss Wilson. Oh, okay. Okay, it's Jaram. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. Uh-huh. I think you should go buy your cotton candy planets. They won't be coming. Huh? Oh yeah. Ooh. Okay, so she cannot... So she has complete memory manipulation at her disposal. Wow. Where the shit did you pull this woman from? Tin Man. Who the hell is she actually? That is some insane abilities. Like, holy shit. She's definitely a liberi, aka a bird, but who the hell and where the hell are you from, woman? So not only can she read memories and project them to see, she can also erase memories and she can also manipulate memories. That is, ooh, or manipulate the mind on the spot. Huh. Complete cognitive control, what the fuck? What? Why is the door locked? Wait, did you hear that? Oh my god, there's a bomb. Oh my god, there's a bomb. Okay, they're blowing the shit sky high. Uh-oh. You guys are in big doo-doo right now. That's because the chief executive of Propeller Paradise opened them for you. Oh. Oh, he... Well, he swapped his tune, I guess. Also, he's in his gear, huh? Okay. I'm guessing he said, well, they want to ruin me? Fuck them. Is that gonna be his reasoning for everything now? Okay, Gordon. Okay, I see. Specifically zoom in shots. I was expecting a shot at his fucking legs at that point. Come on. You could have gone the entire mile then. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Oh, Big Larry, all curly and Little Mo at the same time. Sit down. Oh, they're actually in the picture. They're all around her. That's funny. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Okay. Let's see how this goes. This is interesting. This is very interesting and very intimidating looking.
Take the future as a real test. This is going to be the examiner. You, me, the general of the DOD, or maybe Congress. Maybe it'll be Casimir's, who just equipped all their campaign knights with power armor.
Okay, power armor? Is Arknights Poland becoming the Commonwealth from Fallout? Excuse me? Alright, is it Commonwealth or is it something else? I can't remember the name right now. Whatever it is, I can't remember.
Could it be Ager, currently shelling the Iberian coast with the...
What? Whoa. Ager currently shelling the Iberian coast with artillery along with the sea monsters? Oh, okay, they're shelling the coast because of the sea monsters. Probably? I would at least give them the benefit of a doubt, at least, that is the case. Okay. Tin Man is doing the same shit he did in Lone Trail back then when he was shown in-game for the first time. Like, what the fuck? Again, spoiling other chapters and hinting at future stories along the lines. You son of a bitch, every single time. The agent rushes toward her, but just as he takes a step forward, the bricks under his feet shift. What the fuck just happened? He went into a partition. The guy just entered the back rooms. Okay, I guess he got thrown through the ground or some shit. Okay, interesting. Whoa! Okay, this is at the roots of the tree, huh? That looks wild. That really looks wild. Huh. Nasti abruptly looks up. Yo! What in the fuck did you turn into? Is this your, like, fully enchanted form or something? Or did you fuse with a tree? Partially, like, what the fuck? Her hands, yeah, her hands are fully silver. She must have fused with a tree, right? Holy shit. Damn. Why do the old ladies in this game always look so cool? Is this some weird glow up? What the shit? Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Holy shit, on her hip, the fucking faces. Pfft, no, that is creepy. I love it, but that is creepy as fuck. Oh my god. Ugh. Holy shit. Okay, Viola, question mark.
Do it, 5-4.
Yes, sir. What? Oh, damn! The robot knocked the shit out of him. Hell yeah, let's go 5-4. Oh, is he pinning him down? Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go, you little robot.
Even though I didn't change its voice module.
Oh? Oh my... Wait, oh my god, is he an answering machine? Is he literally just an answering machine? Like, modified with something? What the fuck? My door is waiting for my signal. Oh shit. Viva la revolution. Revolution seems to be the theming with a lot of recent stories. That is kind of funny. But kind of also fitting. Considering the recent changes on Terra in the whole world and everything, many countries that are stuck in like the old world regimes and everything and are not really moving or changing, now suddenly being pushed into changing and moving. Kinda fits. Kinda fits that there's gonna be like both mini uprisings and bigger uprisings as well. Really kinda fits. You're Gustav's science consultant. What are you doing here? Oh. Oh, him. What's going on? Uh-huh. If you are who I am suspecting you to be, why would you stop her? Huh? Okay. He lifts his arm and hands the box over to Gordon. What you wanted.
Thanks.
Huh? What are you doing?
I learned a lot from you. Of course I knew what your trump card was.
Okay, how did you convince Horseman? Okay, I mean, the Horseman is Rhine, so I understand how he convinced him, but I need to know what the hell happened behind the scenes. This is funny.
I know. The other one was once impaled in my heart.
What? Oh, it is him. I just can't remember his name. It is him. It is the guy from Magellan's division. He is way different than I ever imagined him. I never imagined the guy to be fucking the buffest shit in existence. Fucking Herculean horse. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Sure. I need you, my guy. I need you to reintroduce yourself because I want to remember your name now. Now I have a face to put to the name. Okay. Let's go. Oh, what's happening now? Why is the film sound going off. Oh, is she gonna manipulate him? Okay. Uh-huh.
Annie Celine, who grew up in the old house, would never forget.
The orphanage of Maylander Celine.
Oh. The orphanage in quotes, huh? Oh, she's a Maylander. Oh, she is directly related to the founder of Maylander? Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, she is a very high in the ladder character. Ooh. Ooh, interesting.
They've reverse engineered the technology of the Gaulish View Vanguard, achieving results that surpassed the transmitter using the flesh and blood of knights.
Ooh. Ooh, okay. 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 Uh-huh. Very interesting technology, by the way, for the Gaulish. The French had some crazy shit already in the past, huh? Okay. Surpass the transmitter using the flesh and blood of knights, huh? So they're... I'm guessing the way they're describing this, the armor is fused to them. The Casimirian knights are just becoming space marines. This is literally just Warhammer 40k, but Arknights. This game's lore and story, the more shit is being developed, is just more and more and more over time developing into Warhammer 40k. Like, legitimately, everything almost at this point seems to be inspired by Warhammer lore. I mean, it's okay. It's not yet as freaking dark as Warhammer, but alright. Alright then.
ここまでついてこなくていいから、見張りのために木に登ってるだけだよ。
Ooh. Ooh, this very solemn music. Ooh.
少しは真面目にやらないとね。
Oh wow, you can actually see flaming building parts falling down. That's cool.
これ刀じゃない。マリア。
Oh, okay. We are actually just in the air right now. Concern, absolute massive concern right now. Uh-huh. Holy. Oh, and they're playing this track, of course. Holy moly, okay, everything is going down. Rip. Damn. Oh my god. You know, the way this was going, I thought that like maybe one or two of these facilities is gonna go down at the end, but that's a lot more. Jesus. Wow. This is the second image in recent time with many hands. That's all I'm gonna say. Also, this melody right now, Jesus. Oh wow. Oh wow. So yeah, this is literally leading into what I was expecting this story to lead into. The old lady dying and poofing away in front of Nasti. Yep. The tree is still there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. And yeah, the Lone Trail at Astra, here we go, okay. Oh, we're back in Rhine Lab. Hi, Saria. The Kuranta gestures to the bottom of his shoes. Only then does Gordon realize that this... was he putting hooves on himself? The sound that the Kuranta makes when walking does not come from shoes.
I noticed you the moment you walked in. Hard to not to, given the clatter you make when walking. Did you just come back from the Barrenlands or something? At least change your clothes if you want to steal company secrets.
He's one of your bosses. You better shut up. Again, no one knows how this fucking bitch looks because he's never here! Oh, this idiot. Oh, hey, hi. Everybody's here. Ferdinand! Fucking Ferdinand in the back! Fucking Ferdinand. Jesus Christ. Okay, and they're all looking at horsemen walking in, right? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Perhaps you might be interested in seeing data from the Infi ice field. You're back, Mariam. Okay, yeah, it's Mariam. Holy buff bitch! My god, I really never imagined this guy to be this much of a buff fucking horse. What the shit? Mariam, huh? He is so huge! And this is far back on the table as well, my god. 20 science teams have gone missing in the Black Forest. In the Black Flow. Ooh. Oh, that's how that will fit in. Okay, I haven't looked at any visual information about it, like trailers or anything, even though they're out for the Chinese client. But the next integrated strategies, I know that it's taking place in Bolivar, and that it has to do with like some forest or something. So something that is happening over there. So ooh. Okay, this is foreshadowing whatever that is gonna be about. Ooh, nice. Magellan is already on her way. Oh, wait, what? She? That's gonna be her second IS. What? Okay. I mean, I'm in, but okay. Interesting. If she's actually gonna be there to be part of the story or not just maybe appear as a cameo character or some shit. Okay, I'm in. That sounds fun. Poor Magellan has to do with the craziest, creepiest shit ever for a second time. First it was the demons and the Stargate up north and Sami itself, as in the stuff left by the Faramut and everything, and now she has to go into a creepy swamp forest. Okay, good stuff. Oh, okay. It will tell us the reason for Terra's existence, and whether it is a disaster or a brave new world waiting for us in the future. Rhine Lab has already made preparations, but that alone is not enough. We must respond to the fear of the unknown, and go boldly where no one has gone before. Sure, Picard! Sure! Star Trek slogan, why not? The freaking symbol for this event looks like the Star Trek communicator. Let's form the Federation. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's freaking go. The first, you motherfuckers. I know you're not gonna do it. I know you little scaredy cats are not gonna do it. I know. I know no one from Hypergriff from the writing team is gonna watch this, but just in the sliver of a chance someone from Hypergriff writing team sees this, name the first thing Enterprise. Name the first ship Enterprise. Do not. I know you're gonna use Rhode Island as the name. I know you will. But if not the first, the second. The second thing better be the Enterprise. Better. You already referenced Star Trek in this event multiple times, including the freaking logo. Do it. Just do it. A convergence of minds. And now this, they are a bit overusing this music at this point. Rhine Lab elites reunited in Tremounts. Very interesting. Who shot the fucking photo? Also, what's this, Justin Jr.? Okay, so the person, I guess, holding the newspaper is Justin Jr., but who's talking to him that I have to hide it? Knew this Discovery? Rhine Lab? Something? Uh-huh. The stupid newspaper is called The Savior. The authentic voice of Columbia. Nice. Oh, the thing on the side just says New Discoveries, Rhine Lab's future. Okay. You sent a screenshot of your communications with your colleagues to the Savior? Oh, he made the picture? Oh my god, this asshole. Okay. That's rarely in your hands. Who the fuck is he talking to? They're not gonna show it. They're not gonna show it. Okay. Blake mentioned. Huh. I don't know who he would be talking to. Huh. Interesting. Okay, wow. The last cutscene really just foreshadows a shit ton of stuff. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to it. And all I can say is... engage.